Oh, that was an abrupt stop to the music. Hopefully I'm in sync. Let me know, because I seem to have a bit of trouble with this camera, but let me know. Welcome, Curd Nerds, to this next stream. Today we're doing tips and techniques, and we're going to not so much. Let me just there we go. See if that works any better, Eric. Oh goodness me. Not in sync. Random. Hopefully it's in sync now, but yeah, it's a little bit slow on the uptake. Goodness me, what do I do to this thing to make it any better? 2-second delay. Oh my, oh, hang on. Right, let's see if that's any better. Let's recycle the camera. I can do this. I know how to do this. Hang on, 1 second. Hey, there we go. Hopefully that's a bit better. Let me know now. Don't you refresh? I've just refreshed. Good. Right, we're better. Thank you very much. Heisey. Good. Right, so obviously I've got to recycle the camera before I got to do it. So sorry about that big delay. Anyway, so big thanks to all the financial members of the channel. I really do appreciate all of your support, whether it's via YouTube memberships or via Patreon. It keeps the lights on and keeps these live streams and all the other videos going. So tomorrow I'm actually making cheese for the first time since July. So I'm recovered enough, I believe, that I'm going to be able to stand up long enough to make cheese. So I'm going to be making Hispanico tomorrow. I have a couple of Manchego molds. I'll probably only use one. They're exactly the same size. So they'll have that lovely basket weave. And I'm thinking of rubbing it with smoked paprika, because remember back to the smoked paprika kafili that I made about a year ago. It really did keep the molds at bay and gave that lovely, subtle, smoky, paprika-y flavour on the surface, and giving it that really striking visual, reddy brown sort of colour. So I'm looking forward to doing that. That's what I'll be doing, a Hispanico. Now, those who don't know what a Hispanico is, it's the cow's milk version of Manchego. So Manchego's made with sheep's milk from the Manchego sheep, and the other one made in a similar style is called Iberico, which is made with a combination of cow, goat and sheep's milk. So it's like the triple udder blue without the blue. So that should be good fun. So Hispanico rubbed with a nice smoked paprika and olive oil to keep all the molds at bay. Now, today's stream is going to go only for about 4.5 hours, so not 12 hours overnight like last time. Main reason is because I didn't have enough footage to go any further. However, some of the great things you'll learn today are types of cow's milk for cheese making. Let me just bring that up. So cheese making equipment, starter cultures for cheese, how to make brine, calculating milk fat, content for cheese, different cheese baskets and hoops that I have, the floculation method of setting a good curd, how to pasteurize raw milk using the low temperature long hold method, which is one of the better ones. It doesn't denature the proteins and leaves some of the yummy enzymes behind. 2 videos on how to heat your milk for cheese making. The old method that I used to use, which is perfectly sound. However, I do now use the precision cooker, or some people call it a sous vide, for heating milk, which is absolutely perfect. We're going to be looking at the StirMate, which is a tool I found online that helps you stir the curd. I had some issues when I made a cheese, but I didn't think the cheese was perfect for it. cheeses with really small curds, this is spot on, that need a decent stirring time. Troubleshooting curd setting, 15 ways with whey, 2 videos on cheese presses, and then we're going to be talking about how to clean your cheesecloth, cloth banding cheeses, how to do that, how to rescue some cheeses, so if they become covered in mold, and when cheeses fail and what you can do with them. How to vacuum pack cheeses, how to wax cheeses, how to cold smoke cheeses. I used my barbecue and that seemed to work okay, so it wasn't too bad. How to select your cheese board, how to make halloumi fries. I just thought I'd throw that little recipe in there because it was really nice. And you know, if you've got halloumi lying around or if you've made some, it should be absolutely perfect. How to make a lactose-free cheese and the taste test. I made this for my daughter Amy, and then she came around for the taste test. It's based on a kefili, but I'll just show you how I handle store-bought lactose-free milk and how I made a cheese out of it. Then we got a video on your cheesy questions answered, and then that'll be it. Now, I will interrupt the stream on occasion and drop in and say g'day. But I will be here in the chat for the whole show, so it should finish Australian Eastern Standard Time about 23:30 hours, so 11:30 p.m. So we'll see how that goes. Depends on how much I interrupt, of course. So that's enough waffling from me, and thank you everybody who's joined. We've got quite a few people. Eric, Random, we've got Akosi, I think I said that right. Heisey, I don't know if I got that right. Gillian, and who else we got there? There is somebody there else. I'm sure there was. Where that? Robert, Tans, and Ragil. Welcome all to the stream today. So, alrighty, let's jump into the videos. Thanks for watching the intro, and I'm glad the lips are in sync. We'll see how that goes when I jump back in again. May have an issue. We'll see. See ya. Well, g'day curd nerds. Today you're watching the tips and techniques for cheese making live stream. During the live stream you will learn about starter cultures, how to make brine, how to cut your curds, how to clean your cheesecloths, and many other techniques that I sometimes skip in the normal cheese making tutorials. The stream should go for about 4 and a bit hours, and hopefully you'll join me for the entire session. It will be recorded and archived at a later time, so please enjoy the tips and techniques live stream, and if you haven't already done so, I would love it if you like the video and subscribe. So thanks for watching curd nerds, and enjoy the rest of the live stream. Well, g'day curd nerds. Today we're going to be learning about milk. Milk is the most vital ingredient in cheese making. So I've had so many questions on the channel, I thought that I would show you the worst to the best, and then to go on a little bit further, some of the creams that are marketed here in Australia. So this is all supermarket bought milk. I went down to our local Woolworths, not dropping any names or anything, but that's where I got them from. This is not a paid product placement. I purchased all these with my own money. Anyway, so let's start off. So the first one we've got here is UHT milk. So this is, it says on the label, Australian full cream milk, simple goodness of dairy milk. Anyway, this milk is the worst possible milk you can use to make cheese with. And the reason being, it is ultra heat treated UHT milk. So it's in a silver lined Tetra Pak. You can spot it a mile away. And on the side it actually says 100% homogenized, ultra heat treated full cream milk. Now it has a fairly decent fat content of 3.3 grams per 100, so that's 3.3%, but it will not set a curd. It's almost impossible. So the next milk is very deceiving. This one is organic full cream milk. It says permeate free, which is just basically whey. Anyway, the reason why this is very deceptive is because if you have a look at the label, it says it's homogenized and ultra pasteurized. So again, very similar to UHT milk, it has been superheat treated or ultra heat treated, and it will not set a curd. So if you're going to try and use organic milk, just check, make sure that it hasn't been ultra pasteurized, because like I said, it won't set a curd. It's been heated too much, the proteins have been denatured, and basically you won't get a curd set. Anyway, so the fat content of this one is 4%, so not too bad. It'll probably taste okay, but like I said, ultra heat treated, ultra pasteurized, so it won't set a curd. So the next one is skim milk. This is basically coloured water. There is hardly any milk protein in this milk at all. So the fat content of this is 0.1 grams. So it's 0.1% of milk fat. So I can actually nearly see through the carton, even though this is a white plastic carton, you can nearly see through this. So it is useless for making milk, basically. For making milk, for making cheese. So stay clear of skimmed milk, unless your recipe says add it for whatever reason. Well, the next brand they have, or the next type of milk they have here in Australia, is known as light milk. So light milk is 1.3 grams of fat per 100 mils. So that's about a fat content of 1.3%. So you can actually use it. This is pasteurized and homogenized. Similar to this, normal pasteurization and homogenized, which is the skim milk. This is the light one. And this one you will set a curd if you use calcium chloride. However, you'll get a very, very low yield compared to, say, the full cream milks, which we'll talk about in a sec. So this is good if you need to make or lower the fat content of one of the fuller cream milks for some reason. And the only reason I can really think of that is if you're making Parmesan, where you need to get it down to about 2.2% fat in your milk. And that's what traditional Parmesan is made from. So you could use this to supplement some of the fuller cream milks, which we'll check out in a sec. Okay, so on to our next milk. Now this is where we can actually, from here onwards, don't make cheese with it. From here, this side, so from my right to left, or the other way around, you can start making cheese with these types of milk. So let's get on to it. So this is called, in Australia anyway, it's called full cream milk. So this has a fat content of 3.4 grams per 100 mils, so it's about 3.4% roughly. It is known as standardized milk, so it's been taken from many, many dairies and many herds of cows, and it has been mixed down. They skim some of the cream off and make this product called full cream milk. Now in the US it's also known, and North America, as far as I can tell, it's known as whole milk. However, whole milk in the US I think is around about 3.25% fat, so a little bit less than Australian standardised milk. So using calcium chloride, you can firm up the curd set on this one, and this is perfectly acceptable. This is pasteurised and homogenised, similar to these two products here. So you can make cheese with this one. A little bit of a low yield because of the only 3.4% fat. So this one will be perfectly acceptable to use for cheese making, if that's all you could get your hands on. Okay, the next one, and this is a product called Farmhouse Gold. Now, I did used to think that this was fairly okay to use for making cheese. However, I did notice the other day, I was looking at the ingredients, and it says ingredients milk and cream. So it's made from 100% Australian milk. It's unhomogenized and pasteurized. So you can actually see a cream line when it gets a little bit older, but this is fairly new. This is only like 3 days old or something like that. And there's no cream line on top, but it is unhomogenized. However, just by having that milk and cream kind of leads me to the suspicion that this has had added cream to it. And you don't know if that cream has actually been thickened with gelatine. What kind of gives it away is if you look at the fat content, it says 4.7%. So 4.7% is abnormally high for normal cow's milk. Normal cow's milk ranges between about 3.8 all the way up to 5 for some breeds of cow. Here in Australia, they don't have those really those high fat milk breeds. The cow with the highest fat content is usually the Swiss brown or Jersey cows, which are around about 4.5, 4.8. Now, I don't know if they use Jersey cows to get this, but like I said, because the ingredients list cream as an additive, then I think this is standardized milk that has had cream added. So I have used it to make cheese. Sometimes it fails, so I would not use this to make milk. So maybe I should put that to make cheese. So maybe I should put that here in the row of milks to use. So that brings us on to what I consider the premium of cheese making milks. Anyway, here in Australia, and this is unhomogenized. This is unhomogenized cow's milk. It has been pasteurized. The ingredients say pasteurized, unhomogenized, full cream milk. It doesn't say, oh, it says contains milk, doesn't say it contains cream. So the fat content of this is 3.8 grams per 100 mils. So that's about 3.8%. This is a very good milk to use for cheese making. If you get your hands on it, it's available, well, here in Australia anyway, at Woolworths, and it's under the brand Farmer's Own. I think they have, every state has a different label. This one says Victoria. I know New South Wales have New South Wales farmers and so on and so forth. But it is packed in Victoria. So this is perfect, and you've probably seen this one in some of my cheese making videos because this is the milk I prefer to use. There is one other which I don't have my hands on, and that's raw milk. Raw milk straight from the cow. If you use it within a day, maybe 2, then it's perfectly fine to make for cheese. If you're concerned about the quality of the milk, whether it's been sitting around too long and not at below 4 degrees Celsius, then I would then pasteurize it. I'd use a low heat, long hold process, which I'll put a link to in the description below. So if you're using raw milk, then yeah, I would pasteurize it. If you're concerned about the storage temperature for a long time, but if you can get it fresh from the cow, just let it cool down to the target temperature of your cheese recipe, and then just go for it. Now this brings me on to creams, because some cheeses need cream added to increase the fat content of the milk. And recipes that come to mind are Stilton, where you add a little bit more fat content to the milk, to the cheese, to give it a creamier texture. And also double and triple bries are another one, another cheese recipe where you would add cream. So let's have a look at from the worst to the best as far as creams go. No brand names, well, there is a brand name, but this cream is a liquidy. You can hear it rattling in the bottle, so it's fairly runny. It is 35% milk fat, so 35% fat if you look at the label. And it has an extra ingredient which is not very good for cheese making. So it contains fresh cream. It also contains gelatin, which is the thickener. So it's a cheats method where they can have a lower amount of fat in the cream and it still looks thick for pouring. The thickener doesn't go well in a curd set, so don't add this sort of cream to any of the milks that I would use, maybe these two, for cheese making. That brings me on to the next one, which is pure double cream. So this is the ingredients list contains milk, so obviously it's just cream. It also has 51% fat, so it's very high, and it's actually rather thick, so doesn't rattle. You'd actually have to spoon this out. Very difficult to mix this back into milk if you're trying to bring up the fat content. So I would not, even though this is a pure cream, I would not choose to use this one. And that brings us to the lucky last. This is a pure cream. Lists the ingredients as, if I can find the ingredients, fresh cream. That's all, and it says it's 45% milk fat, and it rattles, so it is runny. So this is the perfect cream to use for making cheese. It doesn't have any thickeners, no gelatin in it, and it can pour. So you will be able to incorporate this back into the cheese, no problems at all. Sorry, into the milk to make cheese if you need to add cream in. Okay, well hopefully that's helped you out in choosing the types of milk. So like I said, for cheese making, all I would use, or wouldn't use any of these, I would use these two. This one's pasteurized homogenized, not ultra pasteurized, and this one is simply pasteurized and unhomogenized, which has a cream line. You can actually see the cream sitting about there in the carton, about there. This one here, you cut no cream line because it's been homogenized, passed through very fine mesh filters, so you won't see it. And as I said, let's get those creams out the way, and that cream there, it's 45%, it's pourable, you'll be able to mix it back into your milk. Anyway, curd nerds, hopefully that's helped you choose which milk type in any country you live in. You should be able to figure it out. Don't forget that you can subscribe to the channel to see more cheesy videos. If you want to see a cheese that I added cream to, then check out this Stilton recipe. Also, don't forget that you can buy cheese making kits to make your cheese from littlegreenworkshops.com.au. Thanks for watching, curd nerds, and we'll see you next time. Oh, g'day curd nerds. Today I'm going to be showing you the equipment that you need to make cheese in your own home. Very simple video, it's not going to take very long. Now you will also find that most of the equipment that you have around home for cooking will be suitable for making cheese as well. Maybe except for the very large pot that I've got here behind me. Anyway, on with the video. Okay, don't forget to sanitize your equipment first and have it all laid out. Okay, firstly you'll need some measuring spoons to measure out some of the ingredients, and some mini measuring spoons for the cultures, stirring spoon to stir the curds and whey, a whisk to stir in cream if you're going to use cream in some of your recipes, curd knife to cut the curds of course, a thermometer to measure the temperature of your curds and whey, measuring cups to measure out your liquid ingredients. So to fit your milk in and convert it into that lovely cheese you're after, you're going to need some stainless steel pots. So I've got an 8 litre and a 16 litre, that's 2 and 4 gallon respectively. Now stainless steel is a lot better than aluminium. Aluminium is a reactive material and will impart a metallic taste into your milk. So I always prefer the glass top so you can see what's going on. You'll also need a nice clean sink area, nothing with a lot of muck there. Make sure it's cleaned down with vinegar to start with. Now I've got a stainless steel colander there. You can use plastic. I make sure that mine spans the sink area, easier draining. I also have a cheese press. This is one I stock in the shop. You can make your own. That's fine. And some baskets. Now I also have a handmade curd cutter or curd harp, which is got some nylon wires across there. It's just fishing wire, and it cuts the curds fantastically. Also, you'll need some draining mats. These are just bamboo draining mats. You can pick these up in most stores, supermarkets and the like. Also, you'll need some cheesecloths. This is a loose weave cheesecloth, and I'd use that for most semi-hard cheeses to drain through. And you'll need some tight weave cheesecloth. This is also better known as butter muslin. Dance of the Seven Veils there too. Now this is probably the most expensive piece of cheese making equipment I've got. It was given to me by a friend, and it's called a thermopen, and it's a very accurate thermometer. So you don't have to get one of those. The simple dairy thermometers are fine. Okay, there you have it. You can see that most of the equipment you've got at home anyway, and you probably may need to buy one or two items like or make a press, or certainly buy some baskets. You can usually make them yourself. There are lots of how-tos on the interwebs on how to make different cheese molds and the like. I hope you enjoyed the video, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel. You can also support my creations here on the cheeseman.tv channel by pledging your support over at Patreon, and you can see that through here. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Today we're going to learn about starter cultures for cheese making. Well, you've probably realised by watching lots of my cheese making videos that I use different types of starter cultures for different types of cheese, and they all have their purpose. Now today we're just going to be covering starter cultures only, and I'll leave molds, penicillium family and stuff like that in a different video. Anyway, let's get on and learn a little bit about starter cultures. So first up we have the mesophilic culture. And these tend to be lower temperature cheeses. So the two strains that we're mainly concerned with are the Lactococcus lactis subspecies cremoris and Lactococcus lactis subspecies lactis. Now these are moderate to high acidifiers with no gas or diacetyl production. They have a clean flavour, they're very closed textured cheeses and proteolytic during aging. I'll explain that at the end. Now they're used for cheddars, Monterey Jack, Stilton, Edam, Gouda, Munster, blue cheeses, cream cheeses if you want a sharp one, Sherv and Colby. But that's not the end of the list. There are quite a few more cheeses that you can make with these types of mesophilic cultures. So types of cultures or examples, MO30 by Sacco, MA11 by Danisco Choose It, Type 3 by Abiasa, C101 by New England Cheesemaking Supply. So that brings us on to aromatic mesophilic cultures, which differ slightly to the normal mesophilic culture. So some of the cultures you'll find: Lactococcus lactis subspecies lactis, Lactococcus lactis subspecies cremoris, and sometimes selected strains of Lactococcus lactis subspecies lactis biovar, diacetylactis, and leuconostoc. So you'll find that cheeses, these are moderate acidifiers with some gas or some CO2 production and high diacetyl production. Now they're used mainly for cheeses like Havarti, Camembert, Brie, not so tangy cream cheese, creme fraiche, cottage cheeses, fromage blanc, cherve, bloomy goat, Valence, cultured butter. So anything that needs a buttery aroma or buttery feel in the mouth. So some examples, MO36R by Sacco, Flora Danica by CHR Hansen, Aroma Type B1 by Abiasa, and Mad Millie also make a version of aromatic mesophilic culture. And that's a lovely Havarti I'm showing there. So the next one is thermophilic cultures. Now thermophilic cultures are heat-loving cultures. So they usually have Lactococcus lactis subspecies lactis, Lactobacillus helveticus, Lactobacillus delbrueckii, a subspecies Bulgaris, and Streptococcus thermophilus. So these combined usually add some interesting flavours to harder cheeses. So the typical properties are they are moderate acidifiers, sometimes there are high acidifier ones, which result in higher proteolytic activity and a slightly creamy texture. They use thermophilic cultures to produce cheeses like mozzarella, Parmesan, provolone, Swiss, Gruyere, and other types of Italian and Swiss style or Alpine style cheeses. So some examples of this that I use anyway are MOT 92 by Sacco, TA 60 plus LH 100 by Danisco Choose It, and Thermo Type B or C by Abiasa. Now there are also quite a few strains by other manufacturers for thermophilic cultures, so they're just some examples. Now onto temperature ranges of the two types of starter cultures. So mesophilic has a temperature range or an activity range between 25 to 33 Celsius, which is 77 to 91 Fahrenheit. Thermophilic cultures tend to have an activity range between 35 to 41 Celsius, which is 95 to 105 Fahrenheit. Usually if the temperatures are over that, they die off. So just to finish off, there's a couple more properties that all starter cultures have. Now they are all acidifiers. Now they may be moderate, or they may be low, moderate, or high acidifiers, and it depends on the strain of culture. There's two other properties that you need to know about when it comes to starter cultures, and you'll see those on the culture specifications that usually either come with a packet or that you can find on the culture's website. So they are proteolytic. Now proteolytic means protein degrading, and they're a proteolytic enzyme within the culture, and they contribute to the development of desirable flavours and textures in virtually all aged cheeses. So they break down the proteins as they age. So that's how aged cheeses get their flavour. And the other one is diacetyl. Now diacetyl is a fermentation compound which contributes to a desirable buttery aroma and mouthfeel to a cheese. Now cheeses that have this diacetyl or buttery aroma are things like Havarti. Most of the cheeses that use an aromatic mesophilic culture will have this type of a feel to the mouth. So very important when selecting which type of mesophilic culture that you want to use. Also, some thermophilics have a diacetyl action within the aging of the cheese. Now, if you like this video, then don't forget to subscribe to get other cheesy videos like this one. Also, check out some of our other cheese making video tutorials, and don't forget you can buy supplies and all of these cultures that have been mentioned in this video over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Did you know that Kim, my lovely wife, and I run a store called littlegreenworkshops.com.au? Now, Little Green Workshops is a labour of love. We started it way back in 2014, well, the online presence anyway. And it's to provide the Curd Nerd community with a facility to make their hobbies and their dreams come true. We supply kits, as you can see behind me, supplies such as rennet and starter cultures, calcium chloride, salt, and the like. As you can see here, we have just about all of the equipment and ingredients that you need to make your own cheese at home. So if you would like to see the channel grow and be part of the Curd Nerd community, you could do no better than picking up your supplies, equipment and kits over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. I hope you're enjoying the stream, and don't forget to participate in the chat. I'm there most of the time. Anyway, back to the stream. Well, g'day Curd Nerds. We're going to be making brine today. We've had quite a few requests, one from Jenna and one from Mina, both asking on how to make the brine for cheese making. Now, you may have noticed a few of the videos do have brine. So what we need is 1 raw egg. That's not for cracking in, that's for testing. 2 litres of water, 450 grams of salt, non-iodised, 2 tablespoons of white vinegar, and some calcium chloride. Now, I have put some salt in this already, and you can see that the egg does not float yet. The water is not salty enough. So 450 grams is also about a pound for those who do imperial. Now, as you can see there, I'm adding some more salt. So I've measured it out in this bag, and we're just pouring that in. Just remember to use non-iodised salt, because iodine kills the cultures in cheese. That's the reason that all the salt we use in cheese making is not iodised, doesn't have potassium iodine in it. So just stir the salt in. I've got it a little bit warm. It's probably about 25 degrees Celsius. Just to slightly heated up the water so it absorbs more salt. So you can see there that now I've put the egg in, that it now floats. So we know that we're at about 18% saturation. So 450 grams of salt in 2 litres of water will give you an 18% solution. So that is the minimum required. You can go up to 26%, but you add a lot more salt in there. But I find that oversalts the cheese. So 18% solution is fine. Now, what I need to do now, we just put the lid on there, and we're going to let that cool down. So about half an hour later, what I did next was I added in the next 2 essential ingredients. We need to put some more soluble calcium, or when you put a cheese in the brine, it's going to get all slimy. So I've got some calcium chloride there, and I'm going to add a teaspoon of calcium chloride into the 2 litres of brine. And then we're going to add the next important ingredient, which is vinegar. We need to raise the acidity of the brine so it roughly matches the cheese. Otherwise you're going to find that it also promotes the sliminess of cheese that is put into brine. So 2 tablespoons of just white distilled vinegar, and then you just mix that through. And that's it, Curd Nerds. That's about all you have to do to make a brine. Now obviously I've got that container quite full, so I'm going to have to take some out and just store it in a separate container. But I make 2 litre lots, and I find that lasts me for ages. Just store it at 13 degrees Celsius or 55 degrees Fahrenheit. Probably in the cheese cave is the best place. Now don't forget to visit our shop at littlegreenworkshops.com.au and check out a couple of the other videos that I have there. So I've got one on how to wax a cheese and how to make cream cheese. So you can pick up all of these supplies in store, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Thanks for watching, and see you later. G'day curd nerds. Did you know that this channel is financially supported by YouTube members? Yes, they pay a little bit every month and they get perks. Now we have 6 different levels of membership here on YouTube. So the fresh level gives you access to loyalty badges and live member shoutouts during the Ask the Cheeseman live on Sundays. I thank everybody profusely for supporting the channel. The next level is Young, and you get early access to the how-to cheese video tutorials, plus the previous perks from Fresh. The next level is Tasty, and you get priority reply to all membership comments. The next level is Mature, and you get the previous perks, of course. You get photos and status updates about cheese making and exclusive member-only videos. The next level is Vintage, and you get member-only live streams, and your member name is featured in the end credits of videos. There is then the top tier, which is called Old and Bitey, and you get 50% off any of the merch listed on my merch store. So thanks for considering your membership. The cheesy content keeps on flowing because of it, and really do appreciate any support we can get here on the channel. And yeah, thanks again for considering being a YouTube member. Well, g'day curd nerds. Welcome to another cheese making video tutorial. This one is about Pearson's Square, or the Pearson Square. It is used to calculate fat content in your milk for cheese making. Have you ever wondered how to get the right percentage of fat that is stated in a cheese making recipe? Not everybody has the same standardized milk fat content in their pasteurized milk that you buy from the store. So let me just show you a way on how to calculate by either adding cream or adding skim milk to the standardized milk that you've got. Now, it's a very well-known technique, and it's called Pearson Square, and it's a way to quickly calculate a target milk fat for cheese making. So let me just pop over to the Cheese Science Toolkit, and I'll show you how to do the calculation. So here we are over on Cheese Science Toolkit. This is an easy way for standardization. Here's the calculation up here for standardizing milk. So in the top corner, there's a calculator down below here. And I will share the link in the video description down below. But the percentage of fat of the milk and the percentage of fat of the skim milk or cream, you can change this to cream if you like. And that gives you a calculation. But in the middle, you put in the percentage fat you want for the resultant milk. Okay, so let me do some examples. So down here in the calculator, it's got percentage fat in milk, percentage fat in skim. It should also have percentage fat in cream. You should be able to change that because you can use it for cream and increasing the fat content of your milk as well. So let's say we want to make Parmesan and we want a 2% fat milk. Now, here in Australia, you can't get 2% fat milk. It is nigh on impossible. So let's plug in some figures and see what we get. So I want 2% fat, so 2.0 down here. That's the required fat content of the cream. So up here in percentage fat milk, so standardized milk in Australia is 3.4% usually. And the skim milk depends. You can get either 1% skim milk, or you can get 0.1%, which is a lot more extremer. So it doesn't matter what system of calculation you use. See, this could be pounds, this can be kilograms of milk, this can be litres of milk, this can be gallons of milk. So this pounds is a bit of a furphy. That's an Australian term for something that's not quite right. So I put in 10. So that's going to signify 10 litres. Or actually in the Parmesan recipe, it was 14 litres of milk. I wanted 14 litres. I put in 14 litres of milk. So what I will need to add, so in whole milk, which is the 3.4% up here, down here, I would need 8.1 litres, and the skim milk, I would need 5.9 litres, and that would give me my 14 litres at 2% fat. So great little calculation. All right, let's say a recipe calls for 3.8%. Or no, let's do better than that. Let's go Jersey milk, which is 5%. And you haven't got Jersey milk. All you've got is this standardized milk. In fact, you're living in Canada, and they have a standardized milk of 3.25. Now, we want to get up to that. At the moment, it doesn't make any sense. And we've got a 10-litre recipe, so we'll change that to 10 down here. So I'm going to add cream. Now, the cream I've got is pure cream, and it's 35% fat. Okay, so what I would have to do to get a 10-litre batch at 5% fat, you want a high, for a recipe that asks for Jersey milk or an Alpine-style cheese, then we would need 9.4 litres and 0.6 litres, which is 600 millilitres. So that's what you would combine together to get 5%. So that's amazing. One last calculation. So I buy milk, which is called Inglenook Dairy. It's pasteurised, unhomogenised. And that milk is 3.6%. Recently, I wanted a fat content of 4.8 for a Gruyere that I was making. So I wanted it just a little bit less than Jersey milk. And the cream that I had was 35%. So what I had to do, actually it was 3.8. Sorry, totally wrong there. 3.8% milk fat in my whole milk, and I had 35% fat in my cream. So let's plug those figures in. So I've got 3.8 here. I've got a required fat content of 4.8, and I've got cream, just ignore this skim bit, cream at 35%. I wanted a total of 10 litres. So I would have to put in 9.7 litres of whole milk, or the 3.8% fat milk, and 0.3% skim milk. So, ladies and gentlemen, as it says down here, this method could be used to calculate how much cream you need to add to milk for cheeses with higher fat milks. In fact, the Pearson Square method isn't just for dairy-related calculations. It can be used to calculate components of any mixture, winemaking, spirit fortification, animal feed, to name a few. So that's Pearson Square. You can find it over at the Cheese Science Toolkit. You just need to go to the link that I'm going to put into the description down below, or on the screen right now. So hopefully that's been helpful for those of you who want to change the fat content of your milk. Now, if you wanted to find out, if you had milk at home and you wanted to find out what the fat content was, you would need a tool to do that. So there's a couple of tests. There's a Babcock test, which you can get a testing instrument for. But most of the dairy companies these days, or a fair lot of them, use a thing called a FOSS Milko scan, which is a device, big machine, that you put a little sample of milk into, and it not only tells you the fat content, it tells you the protein content, it tells you whether it's got any urea in it, which is urine, or urea's part from urine to make sure it's not contaminated. It tells you a whole bunch of things. So it's called Milko scan. It's very expensive. Only a proper dairy could afford one. So yeah, calculating milk fat for cheese making when you know the fat content of the items that you're going to put in. So I'm going to be doing a series of these Curd Nerds, not only stuff from the Cheese Science Toolkit, but lots of other stuff. So things like wheys with whey, so things to do with whey after you've finished cheese making. And also I've got another one coming up called The Good, the Bad and the Ugly, What Mold is Safe to Eat. So that'll be interesting. I'm doing research on that now. Now, if you want me to make more of these technical style videos, please leave a comment down below. Let me know if you found it informative. And if you enjoyed it, give it a little thumbs up. Give it a like. That would be lovely. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you in the next cheese making video. See you later. Bye. Well, g'day Curd Nerds. Today, a big announcement. I have finally just put the finishing touches on my beginner's cheese making course, and it's called the Curd Nerd Academy for beginners. So it's part of the Little Green Workshop's brand / business, and Kim and I are going to be making many more courses besides this cheese one, of course, but the cheese one is the first one. So the great thing is there are 8 modules. So the Curd Nerd Academy course was built for aspiring Curd Nerds, and to make it a lot easier to understand the steps necessary to become a cheesemaker at home. So the good thing about the course is that it being online, you can work at your own pace. There are step-by-step instructions. We have sections on equipment, ingredients, essential skills, and then we go into making 9 different cheeses on the courses, from soft cheeses to pasta filata, and then finally some cooked curd cheeses. However, you do learn about all the different types of cheeses and the basic elements of cheese making throughout the course as well. Obviously, I highly recommend it because I made it. So if you are struggling to understand how cheese making works and you would like to get a head start on everybody else, then pop over to my Cheese Making Academy, or Curd Nerd Academy, over at courses.littlegreenworkshops.com.au. I will put the link to the course in the description below, so go and check that out. I think it's fairly priced, and you'll get a lot of benefit out of it. There are also some bonus items, including a full copy of my ebook, Keep Calm and Make Cheese, the Beginner's Guide to Cheese Making Home, and a discount coupon for anything that you want to buy in the store at Little Green Workshops. Anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds. I hope you pop over and have a look anyway at the curriculum for the course, the Curd Nerd Academy Beginners course. All right, once again, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Today we're going to learn about cheese baskets or cheese molds, and I've got a vast array of them here. Some that I've purchased and can no longer find, and some that I actually sell in our shop. So let's have a look at some of these and what I use them for. So firstly, I've got a small cheese mold. This one is I do have in the shop, and the size of it across the top, for those who want to know, It's about 8.5 centimetres, which is about 3¼ inches. It's not very tall. What I tend to use this for, and I did have used this for in the past, is St. Marcelin. And a lot of people buy this one from us there's a traditional Maltese cheese. Now I can't pronounce it, I've tried, but it is a Maltese cheese, and people tend to use this very small little cheese basket for that. Now, it does have some rather wide holes, and if you've got a very fragile sort of curd, it does tend to slip through these holes. So you probably would line this with a cheesecloth. Anyway, so I tend to use these in batches of 4, and for that purpose, because I know that between 3 and 4 litres of milk, which is about a gallon for 4 litres, it will fit into those sort of moulds if you top them up over about a 2-hour period. So that's the small cheese mould. Now, if you don't have something like that, what you could use, and I just found these basically in our cupboard, and these are stainless steel. So stainless steel hoops. They're actually made for using, they're actually used for making a potato dish. Potato au gratin, I think that's the name. Anyway, don't quote me on that, of course. But you could use these steel rings as very good cheese hoops, and make smaller cheeses with these as well. So there's an option. There's something I've gathered over time. Oh, so next size up. Oh, let's have a look. What do we got? Let's try this one. So this is a log mold. So obviously it stands up that way, and when you fill it, you get a fairly good size log of cheese. It'll probably go down about that, reduce about that much there. So before I go much further, just like to say that these cheese molds, most of them anyway, are made with high density polyethylene, which is considered food safe. So let's have a look at this log mold cheese. Caprino Fresh, I've got it on the website. So it's about 15 centimetres high, which is 6 inches. Then across the circumference, it's 7.5 centimetres, which is pretty close to 3 inches across. So good for making goat cheese logs with this sort of mould. Tends to work very well. Does have some rather large holes in the bottom, so you'd have to have a fairly firm curd. It doesn't tend to leak out, so you could use it for that purpose. So very good little mould, so a log mould. So the next one we've got is something that I use quite regularly, and these are camembert moulds. So these are camembert hoops. Well, hoops are moulds without a bottom. These are camembert baskets. I tend to use these also for smaller blue cheeses, like my Petite Blue. So the size of these ones, so they're 10 centimetres across the top, which is 4 inches, and they're 9 centimetres high, which is just over 3.5 inches. What's that? 3/5/8, I think. Anyway, so these are great little moulds for putting in fairly soft curd. They don't tend to leak through the fine holes, which is good. When you do fill it up with curds, they reduce over time, which is fantastic, and they're perfect for cheeses like Petite Bries, Petite Blues, camemberts, any of those sort of mould ripened cheeses. I tend to use these for. They don't come with a pressing plate, so you can't really use them for hard or semi-hard cheeses. So, where are we up to? So the next one, let's talk about, we could use for blue cheese. What could we use for blue cheese? So this one here, oh, sorry for the noise. This is a hard cheese mould. Has a pressing plate as well, both made from high density polyethylene, so food safe, plastic number 2. Pressing plate so you can actually press things. So I label this one on our website, and we do have this one for sale. This is an 800 gram cheese mould. Good for smaller semi-hard to hard cheeses. The pressing plate does work, and it fits quite snugly in there, and goes down to about that far. So what's the measurements across the top? Whoops, slips. So this one's about 12.5 centimetres or 4 3/4 inches across, and the height is 14 centimetres and 5.5 inches. So good little mould. Probably takes a cheese made from about 8 litres of milk. I've used it for before, and that seems to work out okay. You get a fairly good sized cheese out of it. Okay, and you could use this one for blue cheeses as well. Now, two others that I've used for blue cheeses and have worked is this self-constructed cheese mould. So this is made out of PVC. So it's lead-free PVC, so that's for potable water. That's what it's used for. It's, as far as I can remember, 16 centimetres across, and which is, how many inches? It's about 6 1/4 inches, and it's 11 centimetres high, which is 4 1/2 inches. So this is more of a hoop. As you can see, it doesn't have a bottom. So it's good for draining curds in, good for making things like Stilton, and blue cheeses that need to be wide. You could even use it for making a rather smaller size brie for draining. So yeah, I tend to use this sort of cheese for, this sort of mould for that. There's also another cheese mould that I've constructed myself out of the same type of PVC piping, lead-free. So this is just a piece of pipe. I think it's 9 centimetres across. Let's just check, see if my memory works. No, 11 centimetres across and 20 centimetres high. So 11 centimetres across is, in inches, sorry about the, 4 1/2 inches, and the height is 8 inches. Now, very good for draining a lot of curd that you want to compact into a fairly small cheese. I've used this one definitely for blue cheeses that I want to have a rough sort of appearance. The holes tend to allow for fairly good drainage, as well as being a hoop. It tends to drain very well as well. Very well as well. Okay, so there's some I've constructed myself. Now let's have a look at some other ones that I've used recently. So this is a rectangle mould, large rectangle mould. It's a basket, it's not a hoop. And it was perfect for making brick cheese. And it would also be perfect for making cheeses such as Limburger, which has a rectangular shape as well. You can also use it to make halloumi, very large ones of course. And to press, it's very simple. You just get 2 of these baskets, put one inside each other, because they are at a slanted diagonal. So they do fit inside each other fairly well, and you can press them fairly hard using some weight on top of the top basket. And that's where you would have the cheese. So this tends to work very well. My brick cheese is turning out, and we'll have a taste test for that one soon, but this works very well. You can also use it for large fetters, and that tends to work really well. And I just use 2 kilograms of weight, which is a 2 litre milk bottle or half a gallon filled with water, and I put it into the top basket and press that way. So great for semi-hard cheeses such as feta, halloumi, and those washed rind cheeses such as brick and Limburger. So you could use that for these. All right, on to let's have a look at this one. So this is a half brie mould. This is a mould, not a hoop. As you can see, it's got a bottom. Size across the top, and it's 21 centimetres in diameter, sorry, which is, in inches, what's that? 8 1/4. And then the height of it is 10 centimetres, which is 4 inches. So I've used this to make my half brie, which worked well. It did tend to be difficult to turn, but I needed to put a board on top to turn it, allow the cheese to fall down to the bottom, so I could then put it back in the mould. I did tend to find this mould a little bit difficult to use due to its the wideness of it, but it made a fairly good brie. It didn't crack. I put enough curds in it so it formed a fairly solid cheese that came up to, after it had pressed by itself under its own weight, about halfway up the mould. So that worked very well. So half brie mould, yep, take it for what it's worth. Okay, and this one is more shaped like a basket. So this is a good cheese for making, a good mould for making cheeses that are between 6 and 8 kilograms, 6 and 8 litres of milk, which is 1.5 to 2 gallons of milk. So the diameter across is 15 centimetres, which is 6 inches, and the height is 9 centimetres, which is 3.5 inches. Now, interesting enough, it comes with a pressing plate. We don't stock these anymore. Used to have some, but don't sell them anymore. Very good for making smaller, semi-hard to hard cheeses. So because of the pressing plate, you can put it into a press. It works very well. Or follower is also what it's known. Coming down to the last few now. So we've got these square feta moulds. These are great for making small batches of feta. What I tend to do to press it at a very light weight is that I put them inside each other, and like I said before, that 2 litre milk bottle or half gallon milk bottle filled with water applies 2 kilograms of weight and presses the cheeses perfectly. So great for making feta or square style cheeses. So yeah, feta baskets. And last but not least, probably one of my most favourite all-time cheese baskets. This is, you would have seen this featured in so many of my cheese making videos. This is a 165 millimetre or 16.5 centimetres across, which is the same as 6.5 inches, and the height of it is 14 centimetres, which is 5.5 inches roughly. It also comes with a pressing plate or follower, so that's why you'll see it in most of my hard cheeses, and it's great for taking a yield from 10 litres of milk, which is 2.5 gallons, which most of my recipes are, and I find this one of the most reliable moulds. Never have any issues with it, and it's really good. Okay, so you saw the ones that I used most of all. So they're just some of the moulds that are available on the market. There are Gouda shaped ones which have a curved follower at the top and a curved one down the bottom, and you get kind of this circular oval sort of shaped cheese. I don't have any of those. I find them hard to find here in Australia, difficult to get my hands on. So these are the ones that I normally use and I've collected over the years. So hopefully that's given some insight into cheese baskets and some of the things that you can make. For instance, like these PVC pipe versions, make them yourself very cheaply. They're not very costly. The average for most of these are between $5 and $20 Australian, which is a lot cheaper in the US, obviously. So rarely do they cost over $20 Australian. So I think all baskets, if you can get your hands on some different varieties, they're definitely worth it if you really get into cheese making, because you want your options open to be able to make any kind of cheese that you can find a recipe, of course. But yep, there you have it. So cheese baskets. Hopefully you learned a little bit more about cheese baskets, and now I'm not afraid to go out and try a different type of cheese. Anyway, thanks for watching this episode. I really appreciate your time, as always, on the cheese channel. Don't forget that you can give it a thumbs up, the video, if you liked it, and subscribe if you haven't already, to get notified about more cheesy content as I produce it weekly. You can also support the channel via Patreon or YouTube memberships. The link is down below, the join button, or there's a description or maybe a little icon over here. You can support the show financially. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I will see you next time. Well, g'day curd nerds. Today we're going to be talking about curd harps. Now, curd harps, for want of a better name, I've also called them many times before curd cutters. And these ones here in particular are made by a gent in the US called Steve Benz. So the wire is a 32 gauge stainless steel and they're spaced 1.25 centimetres apart, which is half an inch. And they've been hand strung, totally handmade. There's no machinery making here, machine making here. Yeah, it's a very good finished product. In fact, check out this little snippet that I made showing me using this particular curd harp here. They're also coated with 3 coats of food safe finish. It's an epoxy resin, I believe. So it is food safe, including every single one of the holes as well. I just think they're a piece of art, basically, especially with the fantastic hardwood finishes that Steve's put on these curd harps, with the base of the curd harp being cherry wood. So just make sure that before you use the curd harp that you sanitize it either using iodophor or a bleach solution or vinegar, as I do. And obviously after you've used it, give it a good wash in hot soapy water before you do the sanitizing. So sanitize before and after use. They look a little bit bowed, but that's because you need a bit of springiness in the wood so we can have the harp nice and tight. So he does many other ones as well. And the reason I'm saying all this, curd nerds, is because many of you have asked, where can I get a curd cutter just like the one I was given as a present? Well, now you can. We can find these over at Etsy. Now, before you all rush off to Etsy, Steve has a special coupon code, and the coupon code is Cheeseman18. That's Cheeseman, one word, 18, all run together. And I will put the link to these curd harps down in the description below, and once you click through, you actually get a discount of $2 US off of the curd harps. The only unfortunate thing, curd nerds, is that Steve only ships within the US. So if you live within the US and after a curd harp like this one, then go and check out his Etsy shop down below. Now, for every curd harp sold, a little bit of those proceeds also come back to me. So if you find it in your heart to buy a curd harp and you're in the market for one, then you can look at no better place than Steve's shop. Anyway, as always, curd nerds, thanks for watching. I know this one's been a bit of an informational video. In my experience, a curd harp is absolutely necessary to get those horizontal cuts perfect. If you're using some other tool, then fine, be it, no problems at all. But just from experience, and these are the same designers I use on my channel, these are a very good piece of equipment for any home cheese maker. So thanks for watching, curd nerds. Don't forget to pop over to the Etsy shop and you using the coupon Cheeseman18. The link to the description is, the link is in the description below if you want to pick up one of these lovely curd harps. He has many different types and many different hardwoods available for sale. As I said, only shipping within the US. Thanks for watching, curd nerds, and I'll see you next time. Did you know that Kim, my lovely wife, and I run a store called littlegreenworkshops.com.au? Now, Little Green Workshops is a labour of love. We started it way back in 2014, well, the online presence anyway. And it's to provide the curd nerd community with a facility to make their hobbies and their dreams come true. We supply kits, as you can see behind me, supplies such as rennet and starter cultures, calcium chloride, salt and the like. As you can see here, we have just about all of the equipment and ingredients that you need to make your own cheese at home. So if you would like to see the channel grow and be part of the curd nerd community, you could do no better than picking up your supplies, equipment and kits over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. I hope you're enjoying the stream, and don't forget to participate in the chat. I'm there most of the time. Anyway, back to the stream. Well, g'day curd nerds, and welcome to another cheese making video. This one is slightly technical, not so much. I keep it in easy layman's terms. But today we're going to talk about the floculation method to determine when it is the best time to cut your curds. Now, I know a lot of cheese makers who watch the channel tend to use their own milk from their own cows or goats or sheep. Now, one of the issues with having a single animal or a single herd of the same type of animal is that you are going to get seasonal variations in the quality of the milk. Now, this is where the floculation method can certainly help you. So what is the floculation method? Well, it's a very simple method where you put your rennet in after acidification of the milk, and you start a stopwatch, and basically you time how long it takes for an object that's floating on the top of your milk, and I'm using like a little lid, like a very small Tupperware lid, and when you spin it, the milk moves freely. It hasn't reached the floculation point. I start testing at about the 8-minute mark and just spin the little lid, and if it keeps spinning, you're not quite there yet. Once the lid stops and doesn't move anymore, that is when you have reached the floculation point. So make a note of what this time is. It's very special. So we take the time that it has taken to get to the floculation point, or better known as when the casein matrix has begun to form, or in layman's terms, the curd has begun to set. We take that time and we multiply it by a factor. So you'll see in this chart that the factors are different for each type of cheese. This is the multiplier number that we're going to apply to the time it took to get to the floculation point. So in this instance, in this video that I've taken here, it took me 14 minutes and 7 seconds to get to the floculation point. So for the type of cheese that I'm using, I made a mustard and ale cheese. I used a multiplier of 3.5. So basically you multiply the time it took to get to the floculation point, or when the curd started to set and you couldn't spin your little lid anymore, and then we multiply it by the multiplication factor for that specific type of cheese. So the reason for the different multipliers for different cheeses is that because the curd at the time of cutting will have a different strength. So for example, young curd will set more readily and release more whey. So the lower multipliers are used for harder cheeses. So you'll find that a factor of 2 is applied to a cheese like Parmesan, which has very small grains and hardly any whey within them. It's a very dry, grainy cheese. However, if you look at, say, Camembert or Brie, those really moist cheeses, they have a high multiplication factor. Therefore, the curds is going to retain more whey. So it's going to be a moister cheese. So each different family of cheeses have a different multiplication factor, and therefore we'll be able to determine when the curd is ready to be cut. So I hope I haven't overcomplicated things, and it's just a simple way of evening out the variations in the quality of the milk that you may get. So instead of following a specific recipe where it says, and it doesn't matter, it doesn't know what type of milk you're using, you can determine when it is best to cut the curd for the type of milk you're using, for the type of cheese you're making. So I hope that cleared it up, and now you've got another feather in your cap, in your cheese making toolkit, to help you make a better curd set and therefore a better cheese. This, as far as I'm concerned, is a game changer, and from now on in all of my video tutorials I'm going to add in the flocculation time it took for the cheese, for my cheese, and what the multiplier is that I think should be applied to this style of cheese. So hopefully that'll help people take their cheese making to the next level. If you don't want to use the flocculation time or method, then what I will also do is state a very rudimentary timing for how long I think the rennet should set. But I'm going to show the flocculation point time, and I'm going to show what the multiplier is and let you figure it out from there. Anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, for this little mini tutorial or tips and tricks on cheese making, and I hope you got something out of it. So don't forget, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up. That would be fantastic. And if you feel generous, then you can also support the show financially. There are links for Patreon and YouTube memberships down below in the description. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Did you know that I've also got a merch store? Yes, I sell mugs, t-shirts, stickers, and aprons even, yes, over at merch.cheeseman.tv. You can see that most items are very inexpensive, and they are also fulfilled from Australia, Canada, the United States, and the EU. So no matter where you are throughout the world, the shipping times are very fast. So the merch is fulfilled by Fourth Wall, which is a merch or print on demand company, and I find their services to be top rate because I've tried many different print on demand services. So because I order the merch myself, like this cup, talk curdy to me, then you can see that I have experience in receiving my own merch at good times, and they are good quality. So if you want to check out and support the channel, then pop over to merch.cheeseman.tv. Thanks for listening to my little advert, and I hope you're enjoying the live stream. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Today I'm going to teach you how to pasteurize raw milk. Many people ask in the comments section what they should do if they get raw milk and they're unsure of its quality. Well, I recently managed to get hold of some sheep's milk, and I wanted to make sure that I adhered to Australian standards and did some pasteurization. Now, the best type of pasteurization for cheese makers is a method called low temperature long hold. And what that means is we're basically going to use a lower temperature than most milk processors do, but extend the time that that temperature is current. And then we're going to cool it down rapidly down to the temperature that we're going to start our cheese making process with. So let me show you how to pasteurize raw milk. So you're going to need some basic equipment first, and what I've got here is my pot on a pot method that I normally use to make cheese, but I've got water in the bottom one, and that creates steam. Now you'll also need some ice and a clean sink area. So obviously you're always going to need some raw milk. So I've got some raw ewe's milk here that's been kindly donated to me, and it's ready to go. So you sanitize all your equipment first. Now I've sanitized this pot by boiling, and the raw milk that I received was actually frozen. As you can see there, there's some chunks of ice coming out, and that's how we transported it from the farm to me. So I'm pouring that in. I'm using 3 litres of milk here for pasteurization, and it's a pretty simple process. All you need to do is pop it in your pot, and you're going to apply the heat in a second and bring the milk up to the pasteurization temperature. So I'm turning on the heat there, and that's going to start to boil the water underneath and apply steam to the pot. Now, most essential, you'll need a thermometer, and a fairly accurate one as well. I'm just making sure that the thermometer is not touching the bottom of the pot, or we'll get a false reading. So now we're set up, we're ready to start to bring our milk up to temperature for pasteurization. Now I'm just stirring out some of the ice that's in there at the moment. So the target temperature for our low temperature long hold is 63 Celsius or 145 Fahrenheit. And as you can see there, the milk is heating up. It took about 13 to 15 minutes to go from was nearly 0 degrees up to 63 Celsius. So I made sure that I kept the milk temperature constant by stirring, as you can see there, and stirring it fairly consistently during the heating up phase. So we're nearly there, and I'm using gas, which makes it a bit easier to control the temperature as well. If you have electric, you may have to keep an eye on it. Anyway, the pasteurization is now at the right temperature, and we're going to hold that for 30 minutes. Now, it's pretty easy using this steam method that I'm using here by simply putting the lid back on the pot, and the temperature stays at a constant 63 degrees Celsius for that 30-minute period. So when the time's up, what I basically do is fill up the sink with cold water out of the tap, and then pour on ice and make an ice water bath. Now that ice water bath is usually at about 6 to 7 degrees Celsius. We don't need it at freezing or at 4 degrees or anything like that. We just need to rapidly cool the milk down after it's finished the hold period for the pasteurization. So I popped it back into the ice bath now. I've moved it off the stove, and you can see that it's rapidly cooling down to the temperature that I need to make cheese. And in this instance, I need it to cool down to 30 degrees Celsius, which is roughly 88 Fahrenheit. Now, if you want to store it for later use in the kitchen refrigerator, then make sure you cool it down rapidly to 4 degrees Celsius or 39 degrees Fahrenheit. Well, as you saw, that was fairly simple. It didn't take very long at all, 30 minutes plus the cooling down time. But then the milk was pasteurized, and the good thing about the low temperature long hold process is that it actually keeps some of the good bacteria alive, but killing off the bad bacteria. So we can use it for cheese making and have maximum flavour for pasteurised milk. Now, this process is not legal for dairy processors. They have to pasteurize at 73 degrees Celsius and hold it for at least 5 seconds. Then they cool it down rapidly within about half a second down to 4 degrees Celsius. Now, we're going to get maximum flavour, which is fantastic for our cheese making. Now, I'm going to go on to make a feta cheese, traditional feta, but you'll see that in another video. And don't forget that you can buy supplies for cheese making over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. If you like the video, give it a thumbs up. Also, don't forget that you can subscribe to get notified of cheesy content each and every week. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. This is a bit of a community announcement. I recently signed up for Cameo, and for those who don't know, Cameo is a service where you can, for a small fee, ask me to do things like shout outs for birthdays, for Father's Day, Mother's Day, Christmas, bar mitzvahs, you name it. Also, I've lately given a couple of pep talks. I've also even done a sleep story. Somebody says they watch my videos to fall asleep, so I did a little, not a lullaby, but a little story to help them go to sleep. So these shout outs are in the form of a video message. There are also chat options if you want to ask me a question and you don't want to wait until Ask the Cheese Man. And it's a burning question, then you can pay a small, very small fee for a chat and I'll give you an answer, obviously. So yeah, any words of encouragement that you would like me to impart on either yourself or one of your loved ones, I'd love to help out. The link for my Cameo page is in the description below. Like I said, only a quick one, a short community service, and hopefully, and like some people have already done, have taken up the service. Anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. I've been asked many times on how to control the temperature of the milk. So today I'm going to take you into the kitchen and show you how I use a very simple double boiler method to heat the cheese and to control how hot the milk gets during the cheese making process. Okay, let's head into the kitchen. So here's a scene you've probably seen many times before if you've watched my video tutorials. I'm pouring the milk into the pot, but how do I heat it up? Well, there's a couple of ways that I do that. And you can see here, I've just got a pot on a pot. Very simple. The bottom one is a 2-litre pot and the top one is an 8-litre pot or a 2-gallon pot. And I put about 2 inches of water in the bottom, turn the heat on, and you can actually see in the top pot where the milk comes up to. I'm making a very small batch. There you go. That's how much water I've got in there. So what's that, 2 inches, that's 5 centimetres. And I boil the water in the bottom and it heats up the milk in the top. Pretty easy. So there it is from a different angle, and you can see that there's just a slight little opening down the bottom. So I've slid the top pot just a little bit to the back, and that allows the steam to escape. And you can see there it brings the milk up to temperature quite well. Now once it gets to the correct temperature, I just simply turn the heat off. That's all I do, turn the gas off, and if it starts getting a little bit too hot, I just take it off the pot just like that. Now there's another method. You put about 2 inches of water in the bottom of a large stock pot. So this is I think it's a 4-gallon or 16-litre pot, and then I put the smaller one inside. Acts as a double boiler as well. You're just using the steam to heat up the milk. And when it gets to the right temperature, simply turn the heat off on the stove, and the water in there, the steam, will maintain the temperature, your desired temperature. If it gets too hot, just simply pull it out of the pot. Well, thanks for watching, everybody. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and support me on Patreon for the next cheese making video. Also, check out one of my other tips and tricks, when cheese fails. There's a lot of great information in that one. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and we'll see you next time. Well, g'day curd nerds. Welcome to another cheese making video. This one is how to use a sous vide for heating up your milk. So I've got my sous vide set up in my kitchen sink with a water bath. Just a safety note, always use a water bath. Never immerse the precision cooker in the milk. So there's the sous vide in its box. It's the brand is a Nova. It's the precision cooker with Wi-Fi. It's about 900 watts. So that's what it looks like in its box. You get a little quick start guide. It's got the clamp and the actual heating element or unit there. There's not much to it. It's just two parts. The clamp's adjustable, nice big wide gap, which I like. So it has an app that controls it. You need an iPhone 5S or an Android 4.3 or higher, and it goes up to 99 Celsius or 25 Celsius minimum. There I got it set up in my kitchen sink. Now, because I'm going to put a pot in the sink, I've got a trivet there, and you can see there, and the sous vide is clamped onto the side of the sink on that narrow part of the sink there, and I've got it currently circulating the water at 32 degrees Celsius, which is what I need for this cheese. Now the temperature has dropped a little bit because I turned the unit off, and that's because I found that when I put my pot in there it floated, so I had to put a little bit of milk in first. So certainly put your milk in. You notice that the temperature of the water is dropping, not the sous vide itself. Sous vide set at 32 degrees Celsius or 90 Fahrenheit. Now, it will continue to drop because the milk is cold, but we'll fix that up in a second. So I've just started the unit via the app. There's a little start button on the unit itself. You don't really need the app for that. The only thing I needed the app for was to convert the temperature from Fahrenheit, which it was set at, into Celsius. Now just putting a little bit more water in there, so I'm about halfway up the side of the pot, which I found to be perfect during the cheese making process. And it's away now, and it's going to keep the milk at a constant temperature of 32 degrees Celsius. Now to help it heat up, I thought it was best to put the lid on, and that certainly did help, but it still took 45 minutes to heat the milk up just using the sous vide. So the temperature's fairly accurate. There's a little bit of a lag between what's set on the water bath to what the temperature of the milk is. It's about 1.3, sometimes 1 degrees. You can see the setup there. The pot is definitely sitting in a water bath, about halfway up the pot. You can see I've got it clamped onto the side there, and it's about halfway between the minimum and maximum lines on the sous vide itself. I've got it plugged into a power board, just keep it away from the water. Now if you're interested in this unit, I've put an affiliate link in the description below. So very easy to use, as you can see. The only thing I'd change, that I probably already explained, is that I would heat the milk up first. It took like 45 minutes to heat the milk up to 32 degrees Celsius, which was the target temperature for this cheese. Now it's going to be perfect for when I want to do incremental temperature increases. I just have to flick the little wheel or use the app as I showed you, and yeah, it couldn't be simpler. So gone are the days where I have to stand over a pot to heat up my milk. So the sous vide has worked out to be quite a great little instrument in measuring precision temperature for cheese making. So anyway, if you like this video, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, and if you want to support the show financially, please do so. Either hit the join button down below or have a look for Patreon in the description. Anyway, curd nerds, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Did you know that Kim, my lovely wife, and I run a store called littlegreenworkshops.com.au. Now, Little Green Workshops is a labour of love. We started it way back in 2014, well, the online presence anyway. And it's to provide the Curd Nerd community with a facility to make their hobbies and their dreams come true. We supply kits, as you can see behind me, supplies such as rennet and starter cultures, calcium chloride, salt, and the like. As you can see here, we have just about all of the equipment and ingredients that you need to make your own cheese at home. So if you would like to see the channel grow and be part of the Curd Nerd community, you could do no better than picking up your supplies, equipment and kits over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. I hope you're enjoying the stream, and don't forget to participate in the chat. I'm there most of the time. Anyway, back to the stream. G'day Curd Nerds. Today I thought I'd show something that I bought recently that hopefully will fix some of my cheese making problems. Not problems per se, it's more of a time saving instrument. So this is not a sponsored video. There will be, however, a link down in the description below, an affiliate link where I get a small commission. But Stirmate, who is the company that make the smart pot stirrer, didn't send it to me, bought it myself. I just wanted to test it out to see if it was worth what I thought it was, and whether or not it would work with cheese making. It does say on the top that it works for stews, soups, risotto, sauce, oatmeal, pudding, jellies, jams, chocolate, popcorn, brittle candy, caramel, yogurt and cheese, and much, much more. So I wanted to test it. So I did in the last batch. I've been making lots of cheeses since the start of the new year, but I wanted to show you whether this worked or not. So let's just check what's in the box. It's a pretty simple little device, certainly not fancy, but it does the trick, I think. So in the box you get a user manual thing. You get some plastic stirring bits that you connect to it, and it does stirring. But I wasn't really interested in that because my pot is massive and it really didn't do what I wanted it to do. The Australian version's got the Australian pin, but wherever you buy it on Amazon, you'll get whatever plug you get. So nice little charger. It's got an internal lithium-ion battery. There's an extra bit that goes into the stirrer if your pot's a bit bigger, and just like that, goes around and around. But I'm not using that bit. And then there's the device itself, which clamps onto the pot. So I got my trusty 4-gallon pot, and basically you clamp it on the side like that. Now it does adjust. You can put it all the way to the center, which is good. It says on the packet it only does up to 5-gallon pots. So this is a 4-gallon pot, so it's perfect. The battery apparently lasts for about 10 hours. I probably used it for about 45 minutes and there was no issue whatsoever. So the attachment that I will be using today is a thing called the Omni XL. So Omni XL, and that's an extension to this device. And apparently this works a lot better with larger pots. So what's this got in it? I'll just move that out the way. It's got some instructions, of course. Well, I've already read those. So you get this little stainless steel shaft, which is good. And on the end of it, it's got a little silicon tip, which protrudes past the stainless steel bit. So that's really good because it doesn't scratch your pot. Your pot doesn't get scratched. Anyway, so to assemble it, it's so simple. So, whoops. It's so simple, Gav made a mistake. Right, there we go. So you adjust it to the size of the pot that you want. Now, I found that every second one worked better. So like that. And then that way. Oops. So I'm just squeezing these together so it just fits in the holes. So like that. And then lucky last, what do we want? That way. Well, that way. There we go. So that's basically your stirrer, and that spins around. Now you can adjust it, obviously just pull it in and out for the pot size. So let's just do that. So for the pot size that I've got there, that's pretty well, I can adjust them out a little bit. I'll just put the rod in the center, and I'm just moving these out so they go all the way out. So all you do, because there's a little adapter that comes with it that the normal stir mate doesn't have, and it looks like it's stuck in there. Little adapter that goes in there that fits into this. So you simply clip that into the stir mate, put the rod through it, clip it on the side of the pot, and adjust it until it's about in the center. Just sliding this in and out. There we go. And it's got a little knob on the end, which is a variable resistor. There we go, and it goes around and around. Now, I've got it out too far on that one because it's hit the thing. There we go, let's have another go. So as far as speed goes, you know, you can go at a snail's pace, or that's as fast as it goes. With cheese making, you don't want it to go much further than that, faster than that, that's for sure. Anyway, let me just show you how I used it during cheese making and the sorts of issues that I had and some of the benefits I found by using the stir mate. So basically when I put it into the pot, I found that the curds were a little bit too chunky, I suppose. They really hadn't expelled enough whey. So they're kind of clumping together when I put this in initially. Then as I progressed through the make, I then took this out because it was clumping too much. So I just removed it from the pot and basically stirred it by hand just for about 2 or 3 minutes just to free up the curds so they would stir through properly. And then I put the stir mate back in again and then let that run for the 15 minutes that I needed to use it for during the cheese make. As I needed to stir further, I found that as the curd started getting smaller, there was a tendency to clump in the bottom of the pot. It didn't seem to matter what speed I had it on, the curd started to mat together, and I found that was a bit troublesome because what I had to do was basically take the stir mate out of the pot again, break the curds up with my hands, and then put it back in and then let it stir again. Now, if you're having trouble standing for a long time, then this is probably a good investment. If you have curds that tend to mat together pretty quickly, then yeah, this is probably not for those types of cheese makes, but certainly for cheeses like hard Italian cheeses where you have to stand there for, you know, at least an hour stirring, then it's probably of good benefit. I think I will make. I'll definitely use it in some of the cheese makes that I'll be doing during 2023. But for those really quick cheeses, like the one I was demonstrating it with, I probably wouldn't use it. I'd just stir because I only had like 30 minutes of stirring. But when the stirring gets excessive, this is certainly a pretty good tool to use. One thing that I would like this to do was, as it was stirring one way, it would be really good and probably stop the curds from matting together over the long period, is if it reversed automatically, say once every minute or once every 2 minutes. That would be absolutely perfect. Now, it doesn't do that. I might reach out to StirMate and see if there's any plans for updating these things to do that, because I think this is the 3rd generation. But yeah, if there was an option, a little switch for it to reverse the motor every 1 to 2 minutes, then that'd be perfect. The curds wouldn't mat at all, so we wouldn't have too many troubles. Anyway, that's the stir, mate. Like I said, there'll be some links in the description down below that are Amazon affiliate links, and I'll put as many countries as I can, so you can pick this up if you want to use this tool. Like I said, I don't recommend it for curds that are going to clump together pretty quickly, but I do recommend it for those sorts of curds that are a lot smaller and need to be stirred through for longer periods of time. It'll probably prevent shoulder strain and that sort of thing. So yeah, pretty good tool. And I hope that just by reviewing this, the stir, mate, that you'll get some benefit out of it. Anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Have you ever had issues with your curd setting? Do they sometimes take too long or not set at all? Is it sloppy and fractures when you're trying to cut it? Are you puzzled by the cause of these issues? Well, this video is for you. Now, when it comes to curd set, some people blame the rennet, others will wonder if the milk is okay for cheese making. So in this video, I'm going to perform some tests with fresh rennet and different types of milk to show you what may be the main issues for home cheese makers. So here's the process I'm going to follow. I'm going to take 4 250 milliliter 1 cup samples of milk, heat them to about 30 degrees Celsius or 90 Fahrenheit, and then add 2 to 3 drops of calcium chloride and 2 to 3 drops of rennet. And then we're going to see if they set in 30 minutes, and then I'm going to show you the result. Just note that this test is also useful for checking the quality of your rennet if you think it may be too old or may not have the strength it used to have when it was first purchased. Now, I'm using cow's milk for each sample, but they have all been treated differently. Firstly, UHT, or ultra high temperature milk. It has been treated to 135 Celsius to 149 Celsius, which is 275 to 300 Fahrenheit for a minimum of 2 seconds. It's then rapidly cooled and packaged in sterile containers. It has a shelf life of many, many months. Then I'm going to use ultra pasteurized milk, which has been heated to 138 Celsius, which is 280 Fahrenheit, and held there for 2 seconds. It's similar to UHT, but it also has a long shelf life, but it's also found in the cold compartment of the supermarket. So next I'm going to test pasteurized homogenized milk. It has been heated to 72 degrees Celsius or 161 Fahrenheit for 15 seconds, then it's rapidly cooled down to 4 degrees Celsius. It is then passed through a microfilter mesh to break the fat globules, which normally float to the surface as cream, and it cuts them into much smaller pieces so that floating doesn't happen. Then finally, I'm going to test pasteurized unhomogenized milk. Again, it's been treated to 72 degrees Celsius, 161 Fahrenheit for 15 seconds and then rapidly cooled. However, it doesn't undergo the homogenization process, so the cream and the fat is intact. So now we got all the different milks out the way, let's begin with the testing. Right, so that's the calcium chloride added. Give that a bit of a stir. So by adding calcium chloride, it adds back soluble calcium back into the milk, and it's going to let that calcium be bonded to the casein, which reacts with the rennet and sets the curd. So I'm going to add the 3 drops to 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Now give it another stir to mix all that up. Stir for no more than 1 minute. So now we're going to set a timer for 40 minutes to see if the milk will set. So come back in a second. So it's been some time. My 30 minutes was rather optimistic. It has been an hour since I put the calcium chloride and the rennet into these milks. And let's have a look. The results are not surprising as far as I'm concerned. So the first one, which is the pasteurized, unhomogenized milk, you can see we've got a good curd set. We can cut that after an hour, no problems at all. So that is no issue whatsoever. So that milk will work for cheese making. Let's have a look at the next one. This is the pasteurized homogenized milk. Now it should be okay. It's a little bit weaker. Yeah, the curd set's a bit weaker. It's a bit sloppier, but with a bit more rennet and obviously keeping the milk at the constant temperature, that one would work as well. So it's not the milk for that one either. So let's have a look at the one that says organic full cream milk. You would think, and you can't even tell by the carton, that this one would be okay, but it doesn't say ultra pasteurized on the carton. But as you can see, no curd set at all. So very deceptive. I know for a fact that this brand is ultra pasteurized. So there is no way that's going to set a curd. And finally, the UHT milk. And as you can see again, no curd set at all. So there you have it. In my experience, it's usually the milk that's the issue and not the rennet. Now at the start, remember I said this was fresh rennet? Well, guess what? This rennet is 2 years out of date. So these tests have worked with rennet that's 2 years out of date, so it is not the rennet. So most of the time, it is the milk that has been heat treated in such a way that it won't set a curd. So before buying your milk, check the label and try and get the best possible milk for your cheese making. Sometimes the label won't even indicate the use of ultra pasteurization like this one, but a long use by date is a dead giveaway. Have you ever had any issues with your curd set? Leave a comment down below to let me know how you figured out what the issue was. So don't forget that you can pick up ingredients like rennet from littlegreenworkshops.com.au. We supply the home cheese maker in Australia and also ship internationally. Now if you enjoyed this video and got value from it, please leave a like and subscribe for more videos like this one. Thanks for watching, curd nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day curd nerds. Did you know that I've also got a merch store? Yes, I sell mugs, t-shirts, stickers and aprons even, yes, over at merch.cheeseman.tv. You can see that most items are very inexpensive and they are also fulfilled from Australia, Canada, the United States and the EU. So no matter where you are throughout the world, the shipping times are very fast. So the merch is fulfilled by Fourth Wall, which is a merch or print on demand company, and I find their services to be top rate because I've tried many different print on demand services. So, because I order the merch myself, like this cup, talk curdy to me, then you can see that I have experience in receiving my own merch at good times, and they are good quality. So if you want to check out and support the channel, then pop over to merch.cheeseman.tv. Thanks for listening to my little advert, and I hope you're enjoying the live stream. Well, g'day curd nerds. Let me start by asking you a question. Do you make lots of cheese like I do? Do you have an abundance of whey? Are you sick of pouring it down the drain and wasting this precious resource? Then this video is perfect for you. I will be discussing 15 ways that I have used leftover whey from the cheese making process. Before we start, I need to point out that there are two types of whey. The first is sweet whey, which is a byproduct of making any rennet-based type of cheese, like the cheddar family, alpine cheeses, or even hard cheeses. It is normally cloudy and is perfect for all the wheys with whey. However, acid whey, which is also known as sour whey, is a byproduct of the making of acid types of cheeses, such as cottage cheese, cream cheese, or strained yogurt. It is normally clear. Due to its high acid content, acid whey is unsuitable for most of these uses in this video. So with that knowledge under our belt, let's get into the 15 ways with whey. So number one is baking. You can use whey instead of buttermilk or milk in sourdough bread, leaven bread, or even pancake batter. Cakes can use whey in this method as well. Number two is whey ricotta. Making whey ricotta is a simple process. Heat your whey to 92 to 97 Celsius or 197 to 206 Fahrenheit, then add quarter cup of vinegar. And you should see the curds separate from the whey. Just be warned that if the whey is not fresh or too acidic, the curds may not form. Number three is whey smoothies. Most well-stocked kitchens have a blender or a NutriBullet or some such thing, so making whey smoothies are easy. Just add 2 cups of whey to a cup of fruit and add a cup of yogurt or ice cream, add some sweetener and then blitz. It's that easy, and it's easy to digest. Number four is fermenting vegetables. Because of the lactic bacteria present in the whey, it is ideal for assisting with the fermentation of vegetables such as kimchi and sauerkraut. Just add a few tablespoons of fresh whey to your ferment before you sprinkle on the salt. This adds lactic bacteria to your fermentation process and gives it a bit of a kickstart. Number five, soaking dry beans and grains. Using a whey as a liquid to rehydrate grains and beans is helpful as it helps break down the phytates and reduces the phytic acid in the grains or beans and allows micronutrients to become available during digestion. Number six is watering plants and vegetables. When whey is diluted to a ratio of 1:8, it becomes nature's Miracle-Gro. It contains calcium, nitrogen, potassium, phosphorus, and magnesium. These nutrients help microbial activity in the soil, and the worms love it. It is especially beneficial to citrus trees and acid-loving plants like blueberries and tomatoes. It also helps prevent blossom rot on tomatoes. Number seven, feed your pets. Because whey is protein rich and low in fat, it is perfect to feed to your pets or farm animals. My doggos love a little bit of whey, but giving them too much gives them wind. My backyard chicken cannot get enough of the stuff, and it helps to strengthen the eggshells due to the high levels of available calcium in the whey. It is used in Italy to add muscle mass to pigs and is used to produce the world famous Parma ham. Whey left over from the production of Parmigiano Reggiano is fed to these animals to fatten them up. Number 8. Feed your compost bin. Due to the lactic bacteria still present in the fresh whey, it is ideal for adding to your compost heap or compost bin. It promotes the breakdown of your food scraps because of this microbial activity. Add enough to moisten the heap before turning it. Don't flood the compost with whey because it still needs oxygen to assist in the rotting process. Number 9. Brine your cheese with whey. Whey can be used as a base for your brine when making feta or halloumi or other brined cheeses. To 2 litres of whey, add 450 grams or 1 pound of salt to make an 18% brine saturation. It contains enough calcium and lactic acid, so you won't have to add calcium chloride or vinegar to the brine. This prevents the cheese from going slimy during the salting process. Number 10. Soups and stews. Add whey into your favourite soup or stew for extra body. I use it in my minestrone and in my goulash mixed at a ratio of 1:1 with stock. It has more flavour than just using the stock alone. Number 11. Meat marinade. The lactic acid in whey tenderizes and breaks down the sinews of the meat. You can add herbs and spices to the marinade for more flavour, and even vacuum pack the meat and the whey marinade together. This accelerates the marination process as the whey is forced into the meat under pressure. In the end, you will have a more tender steak. Number 12. Fungicide on plants. Uses a fungicide spray on plants to prevent powdery mildew on cucurbits such as pumpkins, squash, cucumbers and zucchinis. It also works on broad beans or fava beans to prevent rust on their leaves. Mix the whey with equal parts of water and add half a teaspoon of olive oil and place in a spray bottle or spray pack and shake well. Spray over affected plants and repeat when necessary. Number 13. Making gravy. Use as a base for gravy when you next have a roast dinner. Just add gravy powder to the desired amount of whey and pan juices for a deliciously rich roast meat gravy. It is so yummy. Number 14. Make more cheese. You can use the whey to make mysost, a Norwegian brown whey cheese that is sweet, creamy and delicious. Simply add 6 litres or 2.5 gallons of whey to a pot and simmer until most of the whey evaporates and the thick, brown, gooey cheese is left behind. At this stage, you can use it as a spread called prim. If you want a harder cheese, rapidly cool the mysost and add a little cream and stir well, and then it's done. It is simply delicious. Number 15. Make blonde. Thought to be introduced to Scotland by the Norse, this fermented whey drink can be easily made at home with some simple equipment. All you need is some whey, some honey and some mead yeast, and you are ready to create a delicious alcoholic beverage. Well, curd nerds, that is my wheys with whey list. If you have a whey that you use your way after cheese making, then feel free to leave your tip in the comments down below. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to give it a like and subscribe to be notified of more cheesy videos. Well, thanks for watching, curd nerds. I've been happy to bring this video, which has been a long time in the making, to you. 15 ways with whey. Thanks for watching, curd nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day curd nerds. Today we're talking about do-it-yourself cheese presses. There's been a lot of questions, I suppose, from lots of people on, you know, where can I get a cheap cheese press? Where can I get the instructions on how to make one? So what I did, I reached out to a couple of Facebook groups. The first one being Learn to Make Cheese, and the other one being Curds and Whey Down Under. So two very popular cheese making groups, and I got back really good responses. So lots of photos coming up and a few descriptions on kind of how they made their cheese presses. So the first press is from Shera, and Shera says about her press, ours folds down or comes apart for easy storage. I never put it away though. We ship it out all flat. It's so easy. You hang your weight on the end of the horizontal arm and move the vertical leg up to the 5 different holes times your weight by 2, then 3, then 4, then 5 without having to change the weight on the end. My husband is an engineer, and after a few prototypes, this is what we use and sell in the store. Easy as pie. Well, it's a very simple looking press and looks very practical indeed. So the next press is from Crystal, and Crystal says about her press, I use 4 14-inch bolts, a wooden cutting board with a white one attached. Cut a scrap board for the top, some nuts and washers, a piece of pipe and a flange to hold the weights. If I did it again, I would use something without threads. I need to make the holes a little bigger. It works, but I'm scared the board gets stuck on them. And oh, sorry for the jar, I don't have any cheese to press. No, I think it's a very practical, a very simple press. The center part that you can see on the top board is just a pipe that's been screwed on, and that's where the weights sit. So the next press is from Greg. Now Greg had some instructions, but I couldn't convert them to a text file to read out. But basically it's some angled PVC piping with a plate on the bottom, and where you see the red weights there, underneath, and you actually can't see it, underneath the weights, there's actually a T-piece that the weights sit on. And there is, that pipe goes all the way through those purple pipes and sits on top of the follower and presses the cheese that way. So fairly ingenious little design there by Greg, very practical, and it doesn't cost very much because you can pick up PVC electrical piping just about anywhere. So the next press is by Ilda. And Ilda says that my springs sometimes get stuck, so the number of turns for tightening is uneven. The little level, or the spirit level on top that you can see there, is the remedy for that. I also love that I can take it apart and wash the cutting boards in the dishwasher. So they're the plastic cutting boards, and they've been converted into a press, and there's a top plate that presses down on the springs. I'm not sure how Ilda figures out the weight, but yeah, I think it's a very practical little press there, and it looks like it's in a pan there for the curds, for the whey to come out. So the next press is by Jeff Healy, and this is all made out of oak, lovely wood, and it's a Dutch press. So it's in the style of a Dutch press, and you can't see the lever at the end, but it's actually got a notch in it where you can hang off jugs of water to use as the weights. To get the different pressures, you just simply take it up on that center bar, the number of bolts. So yeah, very simple press, and looks like it's very functional. So this next press is, there's 4 pictures here. So it's by John, and the description is very simple. So the material, it's hollow stainless steel bar, and it's mounted on the wall with 3 screws, and the pressing bar, as you can see there, gets attached to it, and that's what presses down on the cheese mold. The total bar length out from the wall is 120 centimeters, and the distance from the wall to the pressing bar is 20 centimeters. So there's a calculation that he's given me here that I won't read out. If you want the calculation, then I'm going to put it into the description below. so people can figure it out. And you can see in the next photograph here that there's just a weight put on the end. And now there's a calculation to figure out how much weight to put, and it tells you how much weight is then pressing the cheese. So I'll pop that into the description. So this next one's from Johnny, and it's fairly simple. His comments on the press says it's pipes, wood, and weights. So very simple. So it's using pipes and a pipe connector there on the bottom piece of wood, and basically puts weights on top for the amount of weight he wants to press his cheese. So very nice little press. There's another shot of it coming up here, where you can see he's just using gym weights of various weights, and you get the total and it presses down on the cheese underneath. So pretty cool, nice little press. So the next press is by Kate, and it consists of 2 wooden cutting boards that look like they're bamboo, with 4 holes drilled in each board. What she did, she clamped the boards together so the holes were in the same place. There are 4 metal bolts. I think they're about 12 inches long, and she basically weighs them down with some weights. Very easy to assemble and disassemble for storage. So you can see there in this picture, there's a looks like a 10-pound weight on top of the cheese with the follower. So very simple press, but it looks like it works very, very well. So this next press is by Kerry Ann, and it's a spring version as well. And this is a homemade, this is our homemade breadboard with tension springs from the local hardware shop. It has a 50-pound tension spring. Her husband works out how many turns, and sometimes I use old weights when she uses this one. When she wants to press 2 cheeses, it works fine. Because obviously it's fairly long, you can see there, and it's good to have a few spares in handy when teaching classes. So that's Kerry Ann's press. Nice and simple, and it looks like it works very well as well. It looks like the bottom board is covered in some sort of plastic still. So the next one is from Marcia, and Marcia says about her press, hers is a smaller versions of Greg's design. She's still in the construction phase. She used 15mm PVC pipes, and most fittings are from one of the local hardware stores here in Australia called Bunnings. A chopping board for the centerpiece, and a basket that's going to be used as the mold for the cheeses. There's 4 and 5 crossway connectors that keeps it all together. So yeah, it's partly through the construction, so it hasn't been finished yet. So the next one is from Meredith, and Meredith says about hers that hers is used with direct weight or can be tensioned with the springs. They use all thread with washers and wing nuts for the tightening. So the wing nuts at the top tighten that top bar there if they want to use the springs, and it looks like she puts the weights on the bottom bar there, which then goes onto a follower onto the cheese, and there's a nice little drip tray there which looks pretty good as well. Certainly saves my method where I take up the whole side. So the next one is from Michael, and Michael has said about his press, which is very well constructed there. It's plywood boards, electrical galvanized conduit pipe glued into the bottom section, wood for pipe guides and frame, and CPVC elbow and pipe for drain. Bottom drain area is sealed with clear polyurethane. This is the first and only press he's ever made, and he wouldn't want it any different. So obviously the weight goes on the top, and there's a little mesh down the bottom, and it drains into his kitchen sink. So nice, simple rudimentary press, but it looks like it works very, very well. So the next press is by Patrick, and he says here that here is the press I made for a few dollars. The most difficult part is to find a spring that has decent dimensions and spring rate. He has made numerous cheeses with the press. It accommodates even fairly big molds for cheeses made with about 20 litres of milk. The wooden base is cheap, a round cutting board from Walmart. The rest is just stainless steel, all thread. and a few threaded inserts and washers and bolts. He found the springs on eBay from Poland. Yeah, so it looks like a great little press. The next one is from Roz, which is quite unusual. There's no description on what it is, but she did mention later on that it's basically a cantilever. So she's got a big piece of wood with a groove in it, and she puts that under one of her kitchen cupboards. Now she's checked that they're screwed on properly, and then hangs a weight off the end, and then there's a T-piece underneath that presses the cheese into a paint bucket which has holes all the way through it. So all very cheap. She assures me that the cupboard is screwed onto the wall. So the next one is from Sue, and Sue says about her press that it's 2 pieces of melamite MDF board with 1/2-inch dowel for the uprights. Lifting weights provide the pressure. Non-slip mat on top to stop the weights from slipping off in case they're not centered properly. And there's a nice little drip tray there as well. So handy little press, that one. And made very cheaply by the looks of it, which is good because you really want to keep your budget down for this sort of thing. And the next one is by Vicky. And Vicky says that it's 2 planks, approximately 8 by 22 inches from scrap wood, 2 wooden dowels which are 1 inch in diameter, and weights are from a thrift store. She's got a little spirit level there so she can tell that it's level. And then basically, I think that looks like a can of beans or soup or something that sits on top of the follower, which then presses down onto the cheese in the mould, and got a little drip tray there for the whey. So very ingenious, and looks like it's nice and cheap as well, which is good. Now this brings me on to the last one by Stephanie. Stephanie's gone all scientific on us here. So I actually come up with a spreadsheet using a bit of maths to calculate, and there's the formulas there, to calculate the tension of the springs that she has for this next press. Anyway, this is the main upright that she's just pulled off the board. It's a threaded bolt, stainless steel. So you can see there that there's the tension spring in the middle. It stopped pressing down by some nuts. Anyway, we're going to see it all put together. So you see the way that the threaded bolt has been put into the bottom board. So it's a bamboo cutting board. And then when you flip it over, you'll be able to screw the long bolt into it. So this fastens into the bottom. Now she calibrated the springs using a scale, which is a good way to do it. Then you got to figure out how to keep those measurements somehow. So it looks like she's used paddle pop sticks here, or ice cream sticks, tongue depressors, whatever you want to say. And then they're calibrated using that formula when it's tightened down, how many kilograms of pressure, as you can see there on the close-up shot, how many kilograms of pressure are actually being applied when the springs are pressed down. So very ingenious little way of calculating how much pressure to apply to the press. And there's Stephanie's press being used in anger there to press some cheese. So very nice little scientific-based cheese press. Well, there you have it. I think you'll agree that that was pretty informative. Lots of great ideas for cheese presses. You don't actually have to go out and buy expensive cheese presses. Most of the time you can make it from stuff that is fairly cheap and readily available. Anyway, thanks for watching the video. You can check out my cheese press on the video here. Also that you can subscribe to the show so you can catch new and interesting cheese making videos and content. And don't forget that you can support the show via Patreon. And every donation goes to helping the show continue. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and we'll see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Today we're going to learn about my cheese press. Now, I've had many questions about how this very simple cheese press works with the 50-pound or 22-kilo spring. So now I made a whole bunch of cheeses the other day, so I will show you the press in action and what the varying degrees. It's very simple. The model, this one is a zinc coated model which has a little bit of rust on it. It's been well used. and it has a very simple screw down device, and the rest is made of high density polyethylene, which is easy to clean. Normally to clean this I use hot soapy water. I spray the high density polyethylene parts with vinegar and then allow that to dry as I'm making the cheese. So I dry it over here in the sink area. The spring is zinc coated as well, but that doesn't come in contact with the cheese because there's a follower between that and the cheese. Anyway, I'll show you now how to use this very simple cheese press.
So there's the press. This is the galvanized version. There's now a stainless steel version, and that's the only one we sell. The mechanism's very simple. It's on a screw thread there, and the spring is the only other moving part. It's a 50-pound or 22-kilo spring. So this press is set up very simple. All you do is wind the screw down, and it compresses the spring. This compression spring, when it's fully wound up, is 50 pounds or 22.5 kilos, and that's how much pressure is applied to the cheese. I normally hang the cloths up to stop them from getting very wet, and this is a very simple demonstration here of removing the cheese from the press. You just simply unscrew it all the way, pull out the spring, take the follower off, and then unwrap the cheese and turn it over. And then we redress the cheese simply by bringing the cheesecloth back up again, removing any bits that shouldn't be there, popping it back into the mold, and then popping the cheesecloth over the top, just stretching it out a little bit there, and popping the follower on, and then putting it back in the press, putting the spring back in, and tightening it to your desired level. Anyway, this is about halfway, which is about 22 pounds. Now we'll be making another cheese making video, this time about do-it-yourself cheese presses. I've reached out to 2 Facebook communities and I've got a flood of photos coming back, so that'll be very interesting.
Well, as you can see, very simple to use. There's no mystery to it or no magic to it. These are available for sale in our shop at littleringworkshops.com.au. We have a whole bunch of them there. Check out how I then mature the cheese with this video about my cheese cave or cheese fridge. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel to get notified about more cheese making videos. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and we'll see you next time.
G'day Curd Nerds. Did you know that this channel is financially supported by YouTube members? Yes, they pay a little bit every month and they get perks. Now we have 6 different levels of membership here on YouTube. So the fresh level gives you access to loyalty badges and live member shoutouts during the Ask the Cheeseman live on Sundays. I thank everybody profusely for supporting the channel. The next level is Young, and you get early access to the how-to cheese video tutorials, plus the previous perks from Fresh. The next level is Tasty, and you get priority reply to all membership comments. The next level is Mature, and you get the previous perks, of course. You get photos and status updates about cheese making and exclusive member-only videos. The next level is Vintage, and you get member-only live streams, and your member name is featured in the end credits of videos. There is then the top tier, which is called Old and Bitey, and you get 50% off any of the merch listed on my merch store. So thanks for considering your membership. The cheesy content keeps on flowing because of it, and really do appreciate any support we can get here on the channel. And yeah, thanks again for considering being a YouTube member. In this video, I'm going to show you how to clean your cheesecloths. So there are 2 types of cheesecloth. This is the loose weave cheesecloth that I use, it is see-through, and I use it for pressing harder cheeses. And then there is the butter muslin or the tight weave cheesecloth, which is this one, and it's used for draining soft cheeses like cream cheese and stuff like that. So how do you clean them when they're particularly dirty?
So if your cheesecloth is particularly dirty, then what I normally do is just soak it in the sink in just some water and a little bit of vinegar overnight, just in case. And then I take it to the washing machine. So just a standard washing machine, we've got a front loader. It's very water efficient, which is good. And it's got some simple settings on it. And we'll just pop it in the machine. We just throw it straight in there. Shut the hatch. I never wash it with anything else. And then turn it on. Turn it down to express. Oops, that one. And set the temperature to cold. And we're going to start it in a minute. But before I do that, I just got to put some vinegar in this bit. What's that called? Fabric softener bit. So we pull the fabric softener tray out. This is the bit here, and I simply fill it full of white vinegar. Nice and simple. Close that up, and then we hit the start button, and away she goes. So it's doing what it has to do in there, and then we'll come back when it's all finished in 30 minutes. So once it's finished, all we have to do is simply hang it up. There it is, all hung up in the laundry, and that'll dry in a couple of hours. Then I'll pack it away in a Ziploc bag for use for next time.
So before you use it for cheese making, what I normally do is I boil all of my equipment, including the cheesecloth, as you can see there, in water for 15 minutes, and that will kill off any molds or yeasts that may be on the cheesecloth between the washing time and the time you get to use it. So I'd be very interested to know how you clean your cheesecloths. Let me know in the comments below. Now, it's a reusable item. Obviously, you can use it over and over again. I use mine many times before I throw them into the compost bin, or use them for cloth banding. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. So what do you do when your cheese looks beautiful like this, and then due to maybe neglect or a forgetfulness, it turns into something like this? Well, I'm going to show you how I rescued this pecorino ricotta salata. See all the different funky molds. We've got pink, white, blue, brown, orange, and some black, which is not so good. So what I'm doing there initially is basically wiping the cheese with a simple brine solution. So this is 2 teaspoons of salt to 1 cup of water. And basically I'm using a lint-free cloth and just wiping that all over, and it gets rid of the vast majority of any mold growth there. Now there is some stubborn ingrain black mold, which sometimes has its roots a little bit deeper than what the surface molds of the Penicillium candidum and the Penicillium roqueforti, which are lurking around in my cheese fridge. I've seen cheeses worse than this, so this is certainly not beyond recovery or rescuing. So just keep on rubbing the surface with your simple brine solution, and you'll find that you get the vast majority of the surface molds off. Now, what happens if you can't get them all off? Well, I'll show you that in a second. So a little bit of persistence, a little bit of elbow grease. The good thing about this cheese is it wasn't soggy. So it was a very, very firm cheese. So I could actually do the next steps. Otherwise, I would have really depleted the cheese down to a weight that was ridiculous. But as you can see there, I've got a sharp knife. So I'm just scraping the surface of the cheese just to remove that top layer of black mold, basically, if there are any stubborn bits there or any bits that have the roots deeply embedded into the cheese. Fairly simple. It comes off. I just scrape it onto the side of the chopping board, all the gunk that's left behind on the knife, and then just give it another scrape. So this kind of recovers the cheese to a fairly good surface, and you can see there in the next shot. There it is, fully recovered. There are a few little dots of black mold that I didn't really want to dig out, but it will mature okay. So I'm washing this now once a week, and I'm having no issues with this ricotta salata. So if you like this video, give it a thumbs up and let me know in the comments what other types of cheese making techniques you would like to see. While you're there, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Up until now, I've shown you all of my successes, but today I thought, well, because people have been asking, what happens when cheese fails and why does it fail? So let me step you through a few of my cheese failures. Neglected Stilton. Well, this Stilton was not turned and it had a lack of oxygen. So this is what happened. I left it in the back of the fridge. I was ill at the time, so I forgot to turn it. And this is what I did to rescue it. So I scraped all the blue off. That made a very nice blue cheese sauce. And this is what I ended up with, about 1/5 of the size I had. Unholy Emmental. So when you make a cheese that has holes or eye formation, don't vacuum pack it, because this is what happens. You don't get any eye formation. It needs to expand. It needs to be left at room temperature for the period of maturation. So these are mechanical holes. That's what happens. Bloaty Parmesan. So this Parmesan was made with milk of dubious quality, and it puffed up, it bloated up. So it might have had a bacterial infection as well. So to rescue it, we basically grated it with a fine grater and made some basil pesto out of it. A great way to recover. Cracked Drunken Cow. This was a drunken cow cheese I made. I had marinated the cheese in red wine, and for some reason it cracked, and it cracked everywhere. I think I used too much rennet and I didn't cut the curd small enough. But it did taste delicious. Flattened Havarti. Well, this Havarti came out of the press okay, but it was a bit soft. I should have pressed it for at least another 6 hours. And during its maturation time, something funny happened. And what happened, it flattened, and it started to touch the sides of the maturation box. However, it did turn out to be quite a good cheese, but it needed further pressing. Broken brie. Well, this was my first attempt at a brie. Now, what happened was I didn't use enough milk, so I only used 4 litres of milk, and it was quite flat. And I found that when I was turning it, it kept moving all the time, and therefore it came and had a big crack. So when I came to look at it, yes, the Penicillium candidum had formed around the sides, but it had a massive crack in the middle, as you can see there, and it didn't form properly. However, it was very edible, and what we did to save it, I tasted it. It was very nice. It was quite a sharp little cheese, but the paste on the outside was great. So basically what I did from there, after I had a taste test and gave some to my lovely wife Kim, she said save it, so I basically wrapped it in aluminium foil and just stored that into the normal refrigerator, and we'll use that as a spread on toast. Not so Forme d'Ambert. So this Forme d'Ambert is a cheese that I'm currently working on, and it's been a while now, and it should have blue mold all over it, but guess what, it doesn't. And that's because, yes, I have been neglecting this one a little bit, and it needs more oxygen, and there was far too much moisture in the bottom of the maturation box. So this is what it looks like. It's got a lot more Penicillium candidum than it does Penicillium roqueforti, and it is blooming on the outside of the cheese. Now it's too moist, I figured, so what I'm going to do is put it into a different maturation box, which instead of having a plastic mat on the bottom is going to have sushi mat or a bamboo mat. So we're just going to pop that onto there, and we've got a lot more room now, and I've put it into a different maturation container, and I've allowed a little bit of air to get in, so I've cracked the lid so it's not completely sealed. Hopefully we'll get a bit of blue cheese formation. This cheese can mature for up to 3 months, so I'm only about a month into it, so it shouldn't be too bad. Hopefully we'll get a video out of this one. Overripe Camembert. This is my very first Camembert, and it looks fantastic and was going swimmingly. However, I didn't know that you had to wrap it when it got to about 2 weeks. So this is what it turned out like. It was quite wrinkly. However, when I cut into it, oh my goodness, look at all the goo. It was overripe, pungent, and smelled like ammonia. So make sure you keep your maturation to 4 weeks only. If you like this video, please support me on Patreon. Just click through and pledge your support for the videos that I make here on the cheese making channel. You can also check out a Bel Paese. It's a delicious cheese, and so is Monterey Jack. Nice and tart, but nice and easy and quick to make. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and see you next time.
Did you know that Kim, my lovely wife, and I run a store called littlegreenworkshops.com.au? Now, Little Green Workshops is a labour of love. We started it way back in 2014, well, the online presence anyway. And it's to provide the Curd Nerd community with a facility to make their hobbies and their dreams come true. We supply kits, as you can see behind me, supplies such as rennet and starter cultures, calcium chloride, salt, and the like. As you can see here, we have just about all of the equipment and ingredients that you need to make your own cheese at home. So if you would like to see the channel grow and be part of the Curd Nerd community, you could do no better than picking up your supplies, equipment and kits over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. I hope you're enjoying the stream, and don't forget to participate in the chat. I'm there most of the time. Anyway, back to the stream.
Well, today I'm going to show you how to vacuum pack cheese for maturation or storage. Now, what I'm using here is a Sunbeam Food Saver. Now, this is a basic vacuum pack machine that you can pick up. Pretty simple. You simply open it up, and there's a roll of plastic film, the packaging that goes in there, and you feed it through. And across the top there's a little slider that cuts the plastic. So you measure out how much plastic you need. Then you slide the little slider across and it cuts the plastic. There you go. Now you have to seal one end obviously before you put in your cheese to mature it. So you turn it down to the operate and then press the seal button. And there's a heat strip that basically joins the two pieces of plastic together. So you can see that seal there across the one end of the plastic. Now I've got some Leicester cheese here. I'm going to store that. I cut a wheel open, and there's another video coming out very soon that'll have this in it, and the remaining cheese is vac packed for storage. So it's fully matured already. I don't want it to mature anymore, so I'm going to basically put this into the kitchen refrigerator. So you line it up into the vacuum channel. Having a bit of trouble here, join the cheese together. So you flatten the plastic, the entrance, put it into the vacuum channel, push it down, put the switch to operate. Now I'm going to select the moist setting because there's still a bit of moisture in the cheese. Just leave it on normal, and then basically let it go. And you can hear the machine sucking all the air out of the bag there. The good thing about vacuum packing is that it is so simple, as you can see here, and it's actually sealing now all by itself. There's the control panel. So it's finished sealing, and that cheese is now ready for long-term storage. Now we've kept cheese up to over a year, just like this in the normal refrigerator, just vacuum sealed, and there's the seal there you can see. So that'll keep, so I'll just mark that. Now there's a white strip on the side, which you'll see in a second. There it is there. So I just get a permanent marker, put the date that the cheese was made and the type of cheese. Now, as you can see, that's the sidebar that you put down to operate. Now, what I'm doing at the moment, I'm just sealing one end. I'm going to vacuum pack a quarter of a cheese here now. So I've sealed one end, and then I cut the other end off. So there's the quarter of the cheese. That is a Cotswold, which I have a taste test video coming up very soon as well. So you pop it in. Now what happens if you make a mistake? Now I've made a mistake here. I've pressed the wrong button. So I've actually sealed it without sucking all the air out of the bag. Now I've tried to recover and it didn't work. So basically you can see there's no air coming out at all, and it's sealed itself. There's an error light on the seal, and we have a seal, and that's not good. So it's pretty easy to recover from. All I went and did is got a pair of scissors, and you cut as close to the seal as you can. You don't want to waste too much plastic. Now this plastic is number 4 plastic, which is readily recyclable, and you can put it into your, if you still have shopping bags, wherever it takes shopping bags to recycle. Anyway, so now I can move the cheese around a little bit more, and I can make a proper seal. So I'm just trying to get that flat and level. There we go. So close it, push it down to operate, and press the right button. So this is vacuum and seal, not just the seal button. As you can see, it's working quite well. Sucking all the air out. And it's sealing it in the process. There we go. So it's perfectly sealed. There's my Cotswold. And you can see it's saved. And like I said, you can keep your cheese like this for up to a year, if not more. I'm going to keep that at 4 degrees Celsius. That's my wife giving it a big thumbs up there. And there's all the cheese that I vacuum packed in less than half an hour. So very simple and easy to use. Great way to mature your cheese if you don't like to wax your cheese. Thanks for watching. So just a short video on how to wax cheddar, and we've got some farmhouse cheddar there with green and red peppercorns, and we're just going to wax it in some normal cheese wax. Just simply put the wax in a double boiler. I've got it in another container on top, and you heat it up to about 90 degrees Celsius. Dip one side in and then let that dry. I'm quite lucky, I've got 2 cheeses there, so instead of wasting time I can pop another one in. Now your bowl should be full enough that you can put in at least half a cheese. It makes it so much easier, you won't have to paint anything on at all. And to speed it up a little bit, here we go. Now you dip in each round about 3 or 4 times until it's entirely coated. What you're trying to look for is to make sure that there are no gaps in the wax, because you're trying to emit all the air so you don't get any mold in it. Plus it stops the moisture from evaporating out of the cheese. So you're looking to capture the moisture in and to stop the air from getting in to create mold. That's about it, so enjoy the rest of the video. And there's the finished product. 2 lovely fully waxed cheeses ready to go into the cheese cave at 13 degrees Celsius. Bon appetit.
So g'day curd nerds. Today we're going to be smoking some cheese. Now this is my first time. I must admit I'm a bit of a newbie at this. So I'm going to try and give the best advice I have. If it doesn't work, then we'll figure it out as we go along. But hopefully we're going to be cold smoking, not hot smoking, because hot smoking will melt your cheese. I'm going to be cold smoking my cheese in my barbecue hood. Now this is the only real tool that I've got. I haven't got a cold smoker or anything flash like that. Just got my barbecue, and you can see that I've put foil everywhere to block up any holes that may be there. Fingers crossed, we'll figure that out as we go along as well. I've got a lovely selection of cheeses. I've got some stout cheddar, I've got jalapeno cheddar, I've got some double Gloucester, which is 5 years old, or over nearly 6 now. Yeah, 6 years old, maybe 7. Goodness me, I can't remember. Anyway, and then we got some Guido's hard Italian cheese, which is probably not so hard. Anyway, so I've got a little rack set up here. in the barbecue, held up by a couple of pieces of cypress, which is non-treated, so that's not going to affect the food any. We've got a little cold smoker machine here, which I'm hoping will work. It starts off with a tea light, and then you take that out, and hopefully it produces enough smoke. But what I'll do now is I'll cut up some pieces of cheese that will be the right size. I'll probably use quarter of a wheel. I've got 3 halves here and a quarter, so I'll use this quarter and we'll do the other quarters, and that way I'll be able to test the smoky flavour versus the natural flavour of the cheese. Anyway, so bear with me as I set all this up and we'll get going. So firstly the stout cheddar, and they're all fairly dry inside. There's hardly any moisture in the bags. Pop that up there for a sec. Let's cut off a quarter. Oh, cuts so good. A little bit crumbly. Look at that, pretty good. So I'll pop that on the smoker. Get out of the way. There we go, first piece of cheese. And we'll store that one away for prosperity. Oh, doggos will love that. And this one's the Guidos. That one's not crumbly, a little bit of eye development, it's nice, really good. So I'll pop that up there too. So smoked Guidos, right. This one's the jalapeno cheddar. Still smells alright. Let's do a quarter of that. About a quarter, that's that much. This is probably really crumbly, it's very old. Yeah, and you can see the lines. A little bit moist, but that'll help. Right, so I'll pop that up there. What's it taste like? Oh, that's so good. And then last but not least, the double Gloucester. Oh, smells so good. Well, let's just have a sneaky taste test. Oh, so good. So we've got our 4 cheeses there, as you can see. As I mentioned before, we'll go this way. So we've got the jalapeno cheddar there, we've got the Guidos there, we've got the stout cheddar there, and we've got the double Gloucester there. You know, really, I think the key to this, to getting a good smoked cheese, will be having amazing cheese to start with, and they all taste absolutely fantastic. Now that they've been aged a long time, they are really, really nice. Anyway, so let's start up the smoker machine. Use a tea light to start it up, so it says, for 30 seconds until the smoke gets going. Have I just put that out? Oh no, that's good. So this wood is hickory, so I'm hoping this will give it a nice smoky flavour profile. And we'll go from there. Well, not a lot of smoke at the moment, but we'll see what happens. It's starting to catch. Right, so we're getting a fair bit of smoke now, which is good. It's just started to go brown, as you can see on the edge there. I'll just zoom in. It's on that corner there. That's definitely smouldering, which is what we want. And it says on the instructions for the cold smoker that after 30 seconds, or when it's started to produce enough smoke and you get a brown spot on top, that you should turn off the, blow out the candle. So we'll do that in a sec. Now we've got some smouldering. Right, so candle's out, and it says put it underneath the thing you want to smoke. So now that that's going, and there's definitely embers in there, so it's making it's moving along the path of the sawdust. Not a lot of smoke, but I'm hoping that once it's down, we leave it for a few hours. I'm going to look at it at 2, and then I'll check it at 3 to see if they've changed colour or anything like that. But pop the hood down now, and we'll go from there. Hopefully I've blocked up enough holes and there's enough smoke going into the cheese. So we'll see how that goes. So 2 hours later, typical Melbourne weather. It is now raining. It was sunny as anything before. It's amazing how much the weather can change, and it's got about 5 degrees colder. So let's just have a quick look. No promises. We'll see what's going on. So we've got a little bit of a colour change, which is good. I can see that on the cheese. So just turn it over. Oh, look at that. There you go. It's actually melted part of that cheese there. So it's actually too hot. So let's just, that's not good. Move that over to here. And, well, at least it's working, but that's not a good sign that it's just melted the cheese. So, way too hot. But still a lot of smoky flavour in there, so let's just cover that back up and probably have to let it burn for another, well, at least another 4 hours. So we'll let it go and we'll see what happens. Well, Curd-Nerds, it's been another 2 hours of smoking, so I'm going to have a quick look and hopefully we're finished now. So it's just started to rain, so hopefully the noise isn't going to be too bad. So it's still smoking. Get a bit of colour on the cheese, which is good. That cheese that was, melted has firmed up a bit. But yeah, looking not too bad at all. I might put it back underneath, but move the cheese away from where the smoke is, so we don't get any of that burning. So look at the other ones. Yeah, they're starting to change colour a bit, which is good. So I'll just move that out the way so it doesn't get hot. Cool. So what I'll do, I'll leave it in for another 2 hours. So that'll be a total of 6 hours smoking, and there we'll go from there. Well, Curd-Nerds, it's been 6 hours in the smoker now. I think that'll be enough. The minuscule amount of smoke that this thing was creating, I think we've got some smoky flavour in the cheese. Now, I've been told that you need to wrap in cling wrap or saran wrap for 7 days and keep it in the kitchen fridge at 4 degrees Celsius for the smoky flavours or the carbon to infuse into the cheese. So we'll do that, and then in a few days' time, probably not 7, but in a few days' time, I will do a taste test for these cheeses, comparing them with the standard cheeses that I cut the leftover bits of the cheese. So that should be interesting. Anyway, let's get on and put these cheeses and put them in wrap. Nice, very good. So we've got a little bit more. I know that's all melted. So we've got they've dried out a fair bit. They have changed colour, which is good. So I'll just put them over here. These ones a little bit too much because I think it got a little bit too hot there. but I think we've got some smoky flavour. There's no way that I'm going to be able to stop this without tipping it out, so I'll just move that out the way. Move me bits of wood and just tip it out and hopefully stop it from smouldering. Don't think I'll be able to save any of the wood. Maybe it should have been like that. There's more smoke there. Scissors, that'll do. Just move that away from the rest of the wood and ash. Still a fair bit of wood there, so I'll bag that up tomorrow after this all stops smoking. There we go. So there we have it. There's our smoked stout cheddar, our smoked double Gloucester, our smoked jalapeno cheddar, and our smoked Guidos. I'm very excited that in the next few days we're going to taste all of these wonderful cheeses. So I am going to taste, what I'm going to do is I'm going to taste the original cheese. So like, for example, the stout cheddar, I've got a piece of that still, and I've got the smoked version. So I want to compare the two and see if there's a different depth of flavour and that sort of stuff. And I'll do the same with the Guidos. I've got 2 of those, and the jalapeno cheddar. And unfortunately, I don't have any more smoked double Gloucester. This is the one that's 6.5, 7 years old. I smoked the whole bit that I had left. I didn't have any more. So we'll go from there. So let's first cab off the rank is the stout cheddar. I'll have to keep these with the bags, so there may be a bit of a mess as we go through, but it should be all right. Let's have a look. Now, I did have them in, I've only kept them in cling wrap. I didn't re-vac pack these pieces. I will do that after the show. So this is the stout cheddar. Let's just carve a piece off. Which knife? So many cheese knives. You've seen all these. This was a gift for a while. So I've got a cheese, what do they call that? Shaver thing. This is for soft European cheeses. And I've got 2 hard cheese knives, I think. This might not be hard, but anyway, we'll see. Let's just... oh, it's very crumbly. Alrighty, so that is the stout cheddar. Hopefully you can see it. Get that out of the way. The stout cheddar is very crumbly. Let me just try this. So this is about 2 years old. Oh, so good. Oh, what do I need? Paper towel. Messy fingers. So there's no bitterness there. Well-aged, deep-flavoured cheddar cheese. On the stronger side, so probably more like a vintage. Oh yeah, and there's the aftertaste of the stout, the Guinness. Oh, very nice indeed. So let's put that aside. Let's just try a bit. I've got some plain crackers here. We got everything today. Somebody had a question. Do you smoke the hard cheeses longer? No, I didn't. Well, I did them all for 6 hours. So, but these are all hard cheeses. So I suppose the question is yes. If you've got softer cheeses, like Havarti or Budakaiser, if you wanted to smoke those, I would smoke them less because they're high moisture. Anyway, let's just try this one. Better with a cracker. Very nice. So that's the stout cheddar, unsmoked. Sorry if there's any mouth noises, but I can't edit them out because it's live. Now, the stout cheddar is the one that you saw in the video. It melted a little bit. just because I had it too close to the smoke. Now the smoke, oh my goodness. Oh, that is so smoky, if that makes any sense. Of course it does. All right, put that over there. Right, so let's cut off a bit of the smoked version. We'll go for that knife because I can. Oh, even crumblier. And you can see that the smoke, this color is different than this, the unsmoked version on the inside. So I think I got a fair whack of the smokiness there. Let me just try a sneaky. This is the really smoked bit. Oh, that one, that's the little bit of melted, but my goodness, that is amazing. That's like nothing I've ever tasted before. It's so good. The smokiness has come all the way through that. That is fabulous. It's a lot, the cheese is softer in the mouth than this. This was harder and sharper. The smoke gives it a bit of smoothness, if that makes sense. Yeah, a bit of smoothness to it. That's nice. Goodness me, I hope it can, hope it keeps for a while. So you can't really taste any of the stout anymore, which is surprising because it was so prevalent in the non-smoked version. You could really taste the stout. This one here, the smoke obviously takes over, but the fullness of the aged cheddar is there. It really delicious, so good. I like it a lot. Right, what do I do with the plastic? Right, don't throw it away, Gav, because I need the labels on them for when I backpack. So what I'll do, I will backpack that and put it just in the kitchen fridge from now on. Right, so that's the smoked stout. It's quick. That's delightful. Right, so that's cleansed the palate a little bit. Right, what are we going to try next? Let's try the Guidos, which you just saw the video for not so long ago. So this is now aged. This is about 3 months old. I last tasted it when it was 3 weeks old. So we've got a little bit of age in it now. Let's see if the flavor has developed more, because when I last tasted it, it was very mild. It was a very mild cheese. So let's, which part? That part. And this one's not crumbly. This one's firmer, as you can see. And it'll be interesting to see what the smoked version, the smoked version has a darker color. So let's just cut a piece off and we'll just do the comparison that way. So you can see the color is darker. Cutting a piece off. And it hasn't made it crumbly, the smoking. Yeah, you can definitely, well, you can tell by the rind. Anyway, there's the outside. Let's just do a cracker comparison. More crackers from it. Right. That slab on that. So we'll try the unsmoked version first. That has aged well. It's got a more complex flavour. Before it was quite young, fresh, milky, had a more milky flavour. This now tastes like a Alpine cheese. But without the nuttiness. So, very nice indeed. I like Guidos. So that's good. Oh, I've got to eat the rest, don't I? All of these cheeses will be excellent on a hamburger. Yes, indeed. The crumbly one probably not so much, maybe, because it won't. Well, it did melt, so yeah, it would melt. Yeah, it probably would be. This Guido's melts really well. Okay, so from a mild cheese, let's try the smoked portion of the Guidos. Smell is amazing. Mmm. That is something special. That is really, really nice. So, yeah, I like that a lot. That has added another layer of flavor on top of what the already nice tasting Guido already is. Yeah, that's very nice. Yeah, I like that a lot. That is really good. That's impressed me. Let's go without the cracker. The smoke hasn't penetrated all the way through because it's a harder cheese. But it does have a fair bit of moisture in it. So, but the subtle smoky flavour, that is really good. So if you want that something subtle, then try smoking the Guidos. Not a lot of penetration into that cheese, so that's really good. Put a piece of that over there. There we go. Clean up my board a bit. I think I'll put all these bits into a cheese sauce or something. That would be really good. All right, just a palate cleanser. Okay, so we've got the jalapeno cheddar now. I used fresh jalapenos when I made this. There is the jalapenos didn't go rotten in the cheese. This is over 2 years old as well. So these are all the bits of cheese that I had in the back of the cheese fridge. Well, not in the back, in the door, just hidden away. So let's grab a bit of, so it's got a bit of white stuff on the outside, which are calcium lactate. And that adds to the flavor of the cheese. So this is the unsmoked version. This is really crumbly, this cheese. So it slices a little bit, but yeah, crumbly indeed. So we'll keep a piece of that. This is so good. Right. So keep that. And this is the smoked one. Goodness me. Right. Half a cracker for you. Put you out the way. Oh, I broke the label. What are you doing, Gav? Right, so the smoked jalapeno, darker in colour again, as you would expect. Having a bit of carbon on it. Oh, look at that. Look at that side there. Hopefully you can see it. I should be able to zoom in, but let's grab a piece. Oh, it's got a chunk of jalapeno in it too. There we go. Look at that. Nice. All right, so this wasn't a very fiery cheese. This wasn't that spicy. It had undertones of jalapeno. Let me just, here's a piece with it in. Oh, that is crumbly and flavoursome. Little hint of chili. But the overall cheese itself, it's aged so well. This one again is about 2 years old. So, oh, yeah, and it's got crystals inside. That is beautiful. Oh. Even without being smoked. This is one fabulous cheese. Right, so let's try. Oh, so good. A bit of the smoked version. You can see it's a lot darker. Even on the other side. So the smoke has permeated in to the cheese quite a bit. That has taken it to a different level. Now I can taste a bit of the spiciness. Goodness me. I don't know what's going on there, but there is more chili flavour in the smoked part than is in the non-smoked cheese. So, and I didn't eat any more chilies, so it has brought out, oh goodness me. Can't stop eating it. So good. Oh, hope you're enjoying this as good as me, as much as me, not as good as me. Oh, so good. So that's the smoked jalapeno cheddar. So good. So these aged cheeses have just, this and the stout cheddar have just absorbed that smoke flavour, and it's just, somebody said, Dennis has said, maybe the heat from smoking activated the chili. Indeed, it could have done. I don't know the science behind it, but I don't care. It tastes really good. Oh yeah, that chili is there now. Wasn't before, is now. So good. Oh, I love that. That is great. Just keep that. That's going in my cheese sauce. Now I'm going to definitely, I have to clean the palette. Well, I'm going to clean the knife too for this very special last cheese. Fun Pants 94 says, what cheese has the chili? That was the jalapeno cheddar. So go and check out the video of that one. Okay. Chipotles are smoked jalapenos, so you kind of roundabout into that. Yeah, kind of. All right, so this is the oldest cheese I've got in my cheese cave. It is, from what I figure out, between 6.5 and 7 years old. So it was on the side of the smoker that was deeply smoked, as you can see, very brownish. Remembering though that Double Gloucester has a deep yellow slant orange color to it anyway. So let's just cut into this beauty. This is crumbly as anything. Yeah, you can see straight away, she crumbles. There we go. So it has a deep orange color anyway. Let's get a bit more. And I did have a sneaky taste of this before we, before I smoked it the other day, and it just was melt in the mouth. So that's the Double Gloucester. So let's have a piece. So this is a piece that was in the inside. So this is not the skin. The skin, not the skin, the rind. So let's try this by itself. Oh, so smoky. Oh. You've got to age cheese for a long time to get this superb flavour. This is just over the, I don't know. I can't, lost words, must eat cheese. I'm so proud of myself right now for having held off on eating this piece of Double Gloucester until now. This is absolutely amazing. That is a beautiful cheese. I love it. Double Gloucester, the best, 7 years old. You can't get any better than that. And smoked, the smoke flavour has given it even something more. But what is it about smoke? Oh, that is delicious. Well, let me get rid of that. That's so good. There's no more tea. That was my lunch. I better have another cracker. Jim says, I think any cheese left to age in the cave for more than 2 years will, 2 or more years will only continue to get better and better. Indeed. Does smoking end the aging process? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I don't think it would. And the reason I say that is because Lisa over on Cheese 52 channel smoked a cheese at the start of the aging process and smoked one at the end of the aging process, and she says she prefers the flavor of the cheese that was smoked before it started to mature. So I don't think it matters. So it doesn't end the aging process, otherwise that cheese that she smoked before she put it in the backpack wouldn't have aged, and it did. So so good. That is one lovely cheese. Double Gloucester, goodness me. The flavour is outstanding. Alrighty, so what did I learn? Well, I learned that all cheese is beautiful. But I knew that before. And I learned that there is a totally different flavour between non-smoked and smoked cheeses. I think if you ate too much of the smoked cheese, it'd become a little bit overpowering on the palate because it's so dominant. So I would only serve up a small bit of that on a cheese platter. I wouldn't serve 4 smoked cheeses on a cheese platter. You'd serve 1, right? Because you want that, you want different flavours on a cheese platter. So I would serve up probably, what, an eighth? Yeah, an eighth of a wheel on a cheese platter smoked cheese. Otherwise, it would become too overbearing. Don't get me wrong, the flavour is beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful. I think I've outdone myself, and it is really nice. I think Kim will really like those. And I'll give her some after the show tonight. So, cheese, that is. Keep your minds out of the gutter. So, this, like I said, very complex, deep flavour, and you couldn't eat a lot of it, I don't think, unless you really like smoked cheese. So, fill your boots. G'day curd nerds, welcome to another cheese video. This one's an educational one again, and this time we're going to talk about cheese boards or cheese platters and what you should put on them, or well, what I think you should put on them anyway. As you can see, I've got 4 cheeses here. Really, I don't think you should have any more than that on your cheese platter, because you're just going to confuse people's taste buds and give them far too much selection. And it's obviously, when you're challenged, it's just like going to the supermarket. When you see all the same product but all these different brands, it confuses the heck out of you. Anyway, you want to keep it nice and simple. So no more than 4 pieces of cheese on your platter. Obviously, we're going to try for different flavours and textures in the cheese platter. So on this selection that I have here, we've got a mould ripened cheese. This one's a King Island Dairy Folks Cove Camembert style. So it's a white mould cheese. We've also got from King Island Dairy, this one's Roaring 40s Blue, a nice strong blue that's actually in wax. I think they put the wax on afterwards. But it's a nice blue cheese, so total contrast to the smooth creaminess of the camembert. The blue cheese gives the cheese platter a bit of a bite. Also, you want something with maybe some bits in it. And by bits, this one is a cheddar infused with jalapenos and honeycomb. It also looks like it's got black peppers in it. Let's have a look. Yes, it does. It has black peppers in it as well. Peppercorns, I should say. So that'll give it a little bit of a zing, different flavour texture. And then I've got a vintage red Leicester. So something a little bit of different colour. So we've got some blue, some white, some red, and a cheese with bits in it, if that makes sense. So that's kind of what I look for. Sometimes I'll go for the same sort of thing. So the red Leicester is kind of a cheddary style. It's got a cheddary flavour. And I'll offset that with a washed rind cheese, a stinky cheese. Beautiful flavour inside, smooth and gooey. The gooier the better, I think. Kim wouldn't agree with me, but yeah. It's a nice, balanced, different styles of cheese, different textures, different tastes. Don't get all cheddar, if that makes sense. Different flavours of cheddar. Don't go for all soft cheeses. So you should really mix up, have 4 unique different styles of cheese, and that'll be a very, it'll complement each other. All the cheeses will complement each other. And there'll be a little bit of something for everybody at the party or whatever you're serving it up for. Not everybody likes camembert, not everybody likes blue, so there'll be a little bit of cheese for everybody. So that's how I put together a cheese board. Sorry they're not my own cheeses, but the cheese cave is fairly empty because we gave away most of the pieces of cheese that I've made recently. So I've had to buy some commercial ones, and they are some good quality commercial ones. So that's what you're looking for. If you can get artisan cheese, then all the better. Some of the supermarket brands are a little bit like dishwater, but these ones here, I know from experience, are absolutely delicious. So don't forget, Curd Nerds, that when you serve up your cheese platter, make sure that the cheeses come up to room temperature. So room temperature can be anything between 21 degrees Celsius and 30 degrees. You can have it outside, but don't have your cheese sitting in the blaring sun because it'll weep fat out of the cheese and it won't taste very nice. So room temperature, serve it indoors, about 21 degrees Celsius. It can be lower, that's okay, but don't have it cold out of the fridge because the flavours won't be the same. Once you let it sit at room temperature for about 30 minutes to an hour, then you'll find that the flavour of the cheese is just so much better. So what do you serve your cheese platter with? Well, if you're having a party like we are, then it's a COVID party. So it's only me and Kim and Ben, and we're not going to eat it all. But you have a bit of everything. So not only have we got the cheese board that we talked about before, we've got some grapes, we've got some pears, some apples, and some strawberries. Obviously we've got the cheese, we've got some cherry tomatoes, we've got some stuffed bell peppers, and nice and spicy hot, some black olives. We've got some semi-sun-dried tomatoes, some gherkins of all things, they're lovely too. We've got some of Gav's Persian feta that you've seen on the channel before. A pane de casa bread loaf that's been sliced, goes lovely with all these oils and stuff to dip in and eat stuff with. Bit of tzatziki. We've got some pickled onions, little small cocktail ones, very nice indeed. Got a selection of meats. We've got some, what's that called, prosciutto, I think it is, yes. We've got some salami and some espresso, hot espresso, and some Twiggy sticks. And we've got something with a bit of crunch, which is a, what are they called? Beetroot chips. Went everywhere. Yum. So, as I said, you can select anything you like for your charcuterie board, I think it's called. But yeah, if you're just serving up the cheese by itself, like I said before, nice balanced cheeses, different types, different textures, different flavours. A little bit of something for everybody in case they don't like a certain piece of cheese. Anyway, thanks again for watching, Curd Nerds. Really appreciate you tuning in as always. If you liked this video, don't forget to give it a thumbs up. If you haven't already subscribed, please do so. And click that little bell button so you get notified of when I release some cheesy videos. Anyway, thanks for watching and we'll see you next time.
Well, g'day Curd Nerds. Today we're making halloumi fries. So the ingredients for halloumi fries are 450 grams of halloumi cut into fingers, 3 to 4 tablespoons of plain flour, 1 cup of milk, 2 teaspoons of smoky paprika, half a cup of olive oil, 1 cup of yogurt, and salt and pepper to taste. So add your flour to a bowl, and then we're going to add the smoky paprika to that said flour. And then add the salt and pepper, just a grind of each, and then mix until combined. So this will become the coating of the fries. So just pop that aside, grab your halloumi and cut it into fingers. So I made some large ones and then I made some small ones. So I'm using the chili halloumi I made about a month ago, but you can use any style of halloumi you want for this recipe. So add the milk to a small bowl and then dunk each piece of halloumi into the milk and then coat it with the flour mixture. Now this takes a little bit of time, but it's well worth it. So there's the last piece there. And put all the pieces on a plate, just set them aside. So add the olive oil to a frying pan, bring it up to a good heat until it sizzles when you put a piece of halloumi in, and then fry the halloumi in batches. So we fry each piece until it's golden brown, and then we transfer to kitchen paper and repeat with the remaining halloumi. There we go, there's the last batch there. Doesn't take very long, it's only a couple of minutes for each piece. So I'm just liberally sprinkling a little bit of sea salt on top and then put it into serving bowls. So it serves about 3 as a snack. You can use it as a side dish for a salad and what have you. So serve hot with yogurt for dipping. So back to Gav for the taste test. So what does it taste like, I hear you ask? Well, let me just take my halloumi fry, dip it in a little bit of yogurt. Oh, that's to die for. Beautiful. Salty. You can taste the smoky paprika on the outside. So this will work equally as well with just normal plain halloumi. And yeah, give it a go yourself. It's great. So thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time.
Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Did you know that I've also got a merch store? Yes, I sell mugs, t-shirts, stickers, and aprons even, yes, over at merch.cheeseman.tv. You can see that most items are very inexpensive, and they are also fulfilled from Australia, Canada, the United States, and the EU. So no matter where you are throughout the world, the shipping times are very fast. So the merch is fulfilled by Fourth Wall, which is a merch or print-on-demand company, and I find their services to be top rate because I've tried many different print-on-demand services. So, because I order the merch myself, like this cup, talk curdy to me, then you can see that I have experience in receiving my own merch at good times, and they are good quality. So if you want to check out and support the channel, then pop over to merch.cheeseman.tv. Thanks for listening to my little advert, and I hope you're enjoying the live stream. Well, g'day curd nerds. Today we're making a lactose-free cheese. Now I used lactose-free milk to make this cheese. This particular cheese is a Caerphilly, one of my go-to cheeses that never fail. So I quickly whipped that up. I'm only used 4 litres of milk, and I used a smaller mould to create this cheese. It's about 700 grams in weight, which is about 1.5 pounds, I think, roughly. And it is maturing well. Now this will be ready in 3 weeks' time to eat. But anyway, let's see how I made the cheese.
So this is the type of milk I'm using. It's called Zymel. It's an Australian brand made by Paul's. So wherever you live, try and find a source of pasteurized, homogenized, lactose-free milk. The total fat rating for this milk is 3.6 grams per 100 millilitres. So it's about 3.6% fat. Anyway, the ingredients, I'm using 4 litres of whole milk or full cream milk, and 1/8 of a teaspoon of mesophilic culture, 1/2 a teaspoon of calcium chloride diluted in 60 ml of cool non-chlorinated water, 1/2 a teaspoon of liquid rennet, I'm using IMCU 200 rennet, and 1 tablespoon of non-iodized salt. And you'll need a little bit more salt for rubbing on the surface of the cheese as we press it. So we're going to bring the temperature up now of the milk. So I'm using a double boiler method. I've got a pot underneath this with a bit of water in it, and we're going to heat the milk to 32 degrees Celsius or 90 Fahrenheit. So we're at the right temperature now, and it's time to add the mesophilic culture. Just give that a little bit of a stir first. Now this is the first time I've ever used lactose-free milk, so I'm not sure how it's going to turn out. But at this stage we're going to add the mesophilic starter culture. So just sprinkle that over the surface of the milk. So I'm using a Mad Millie sachet there, just standard mesophilic. So I didn't wait for it to rehydrate or anything like that. I just give it a stir for about a minute. Anyway, as I was saying about this milk, this is the first time I've ever used this kind of milk. So I was not sure whether it would set a good curd or not. So it's a bit of an experiment at this stage until I actually saw some results. And that's partly the reason why I modified my standard 8 litre Caerphilly recipe down to 4 litres, because I didn't want to waste any milk. So we just make sure that that starter culture is mixed well through the milk. And we're going to cover that now, and we're going to let it rest for 30 minutes at the target temperature of 32 Celsius or 90 Fahrenheit for 30 minutes. And that will start to acidify not the lactose, because there's no lactose in this. It'll start to acidify the glucose and galactose, which is the remaining sugars left in the milk. So give that a good stir. And we're going to start to add the liquid ingredients now. So just a quick check of the temperature. And it looks pretty good. So it has crept up a couple of degrees, but that's not going to matter really when it comes to this cheese. So there's no heat on whatsoever now. The heat is off on the stove. So we're going to add the calcium chloride now to the milk. Just pour that in, and hopefully that will help strengthen the curd set because this is homogenized milk after all. So we give that a good stir for about a minute. Make sure that's well incorporated through the milk. And now we're going to add in the rennet. So I diluted this rennet with non-chlorinated water. The reason we do that is because any chlorine in water inhibits the rennet action, so it won't coagulate properly. So give that a stir for no more than a minute to make sure that the rennet is thoroughly incorporated into your milk. So we don't want to stir too long because it's starting to set already. So we're just going to cover that now. And we're going to allow the milk to set for 40 minutes at the same temperature, 32 Celsius or 90 Fahrenheit. And notice that I just stilled the milk there, stop it from moving around. That actually helps with the curd set. So I'm going to check for a clean break after 40 minutes. So I'm just doing the knife test, just put it in, see if it splits. And it's a bit of a sloppy break. It's not as clean as I'd like it to be. So I'm going to wait another 10 minutes. And this may not happen to you, depending on the type of rennet you're using. So I'm just going to put the lid back on and we'll wait for another 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, we're just going to check it. I'm going to check it with my finger this time. And a lot better curd break, so that's good. We're going to cut the curds into 6mm or 1/4 inch cubes. I'll do the horizontals with my trusty curd cutter and do very fine cuts with my curd knife. And that will give me the cubes that I'm after. Okay. So I'm going to let the cubes heal for 5 minutes because I'm just not sure about this milk yet. Okay, we see a little bit of clear whey, so that's pretty good. So what we're going to do is slowly raise the temperature up to 33 degrees, which is 92 Fahrenheit. So I'm gently lifting the curds there. I'm not stirring vigorously, and I'm trying to cut any really large size ones down with the side of the spoon. So I'm being very gentle at this early stage, because what I did notice is that it was a bit of a sloppy cut, sloppy break. Anyway, so I stirred for 40 minutes and to prevent matting, and that's the size of the curd I ended up with. The whey is fairly yellow, it's not too creamy, so far so good. And I can make a fist with the curd and it sticks together, and then you can simply break it apart with your thumb so you know that your curd is cooked. Now if that didn't happen at this stage, you can do it for another stir for another 10 minutes and then try that again. So we're going to allow the curds to settle now for 5 minutes. That just makes it a little bit easier to drain off. And we're going to drain the curds through a cheesecloth lined colander. Just pour that straight through. And you can save the whey if you wish, but I already had some in the fridge, so not much I could do with it. So make sure you get it all out of the pot. Scrape it out with your clean hands. Okay, so the curds have still got a fair bit of liquid, a fair bit of whey in it. So allow that to drain for 10 minutes. So 10 minutes later, you can see that shrunk down quite a bit. And now it's ready to do a very basic cheddaring process because Caerphilly, the cheese we're making, is from the cheddar family of cheeses. So I'm just going to put that on my clean drainer there, which I had sanitized with vinegar earlier. And you just open up the cheesecloth and you should have one big curd mass. So we're going to cut the curds into 2.5 centimetre or 1 inch thick slabs. And we're going to stack them on top of each other. Now I did find that it was very easy to cut through, so I didn't think it had actually drained enough.
so I had to do a center cut as well. But I still stacked them on top of each other. They seemed to stack okay. They didn't break apart, so it wasn't too bad at this stage. So there we go, we've got it all stacked. So we come back about 10 minutes later, and we're going to turn the stack over again now. If they hadn't matted together, you may have to cut them again like I just did there. So just stack them on top of each other again, top to bottom. And that way some more whey will get expelled and you'll get the texture in the cheese that you're after. So after another 10 minutes, we're going to turn the stack over top to bottom again. There we go. So the cheddaring's complete, or very basic cheddaring, and what we're going to do now is mill the curds by breaking them into thumbnail size pieces into the same pot that we actually made the curds in the first place. So just breaking up each of the slabs into thumbnail size pieces and pop them into the pot. This helps when we go to add the salt in. So there wasn't a lot of whey left in the curds, which is good. Just shaking out the small bits there and giving the cheesecloth a good squeeze, because we're going to need that a little bit later on. Okay, we're going to add our salt to it now. So it's 1 tablespoon of salt. May seem like a lot for this very small cheese, but Caerphilly is well known to be a very salty cheese. So I've just used under a tablespoon there. Didn't want it too salty because we're going to actually rub it with salt again in a minute. So once it's been salted, we're going to blend that through the curds very gently. You don't want any of the fats coming out of the curd. And you'll know if you're stirring too much is that the curds will start to weep and you'll see a creamy liquid start to be expelled. So I'm just basically tossing them in my hand. I'm not squeezing, I'm not doing anything silly like that. And just gently tossing it around until the salt's mixed. Okay, I've got a mould there. Now this is an 800 gram mould that I use for smaller cheeses. It's got a plastic follower as well. So I'm using the same cheesecloth that I drained it with. We actually sell this one in our shop. It's an 800 gram mould. So I'm just going to pop the cheesecloth in there, and then I'm going to fill it with the salted curds. I'm trying to figure out how to do this best for the camera. Okay, so just filling up with the curds now. So at this stage, everything's going well, no problems at all. So we just press that down a little bit and gently pull the cheesecloth so there are no wrinkles in the sides of the cheese. Just give my hands a quick wash before we pop the follower on top. So before we put the follower on top, we actually fold the cheesecloth over the top of the cheese. And this prevents the follower from getting stuck as well, and it prevents any patterns that may get imprinted by the follower if it's got markings on it. So just fold that over, pop the follower on top, give it a press down. Okay, now it's time for pressing, so I'll get my trusty spring press out. Didn't quite fit, so I had to screw it up a bit. So I pop my 50 pound or 22 kilo spring in there, and we're going to press this at fairly lightly, so 5 kilograms, which is about 10 pounds, for 30 minutes initially. There we go. So 30 minutes later, we'll come back to this cheese and we'll remove it from the press, and we're going to take it out of the mold, and we're going to do something special to it now. Normally we'd just flip it over, redress it and put it in the press and press it for another period of time. But not so with this cheese. We actually salt the outside
of the cheese. Now, just be careful at this stage because the cheese hasn't fully formed, so the curds may come apart. Depends on how heavily you pressed it. So we gently pull the cheesecloth off. There we go, it's not too bad. You can see some lines down the side of the cheese there where the cheesecloth was crinkled on the side when it was in the mold. So what we're going to do now is sprinkle just a very fine layer of salt on the top and give that a firm rub in. And then we're going to flip the cheese over, and we're going to repeat that and do the same on the other side. So another layer of salt, and then give that a sprinkle too. Give that a good rub. Okay, so then we're just going to redress the cheese now, and we're going to put it back into the mold. Now, if you feel that there's excess whey in the cheesecloth, give it a good squeeze. Here we go. There we go. So pushed it all the way down to the bottom, and just fold over the cheesecloth again before you put the follower on top. So we're going to press this at the same weight, so 5 kilograms or 10 or 11 pounds. This time though for 1 hour. So I've only just slightly closed the spring to give me 5 kilograms of pressure. If you haven't got a press, then just find 5 kilograms of weight and plop it on top. Okay. So just put that aside, and I'm going to take it out of the press again. And for the final pressing, we're going to take it out. The curds have consolidated a lot more now, which is great. That's what we want. So I'm just going to give the cheesecloth a good squeeze to make sure there's not a lot of whey in it. And this will help the cheese consolidate further in the future, in the next pressing. Okay, so flatten your cheesecloth out again, and we're going to do the same thing as we did before. We're going to rub our layer of salt on top, and then flip it over, and do the same again, another layer of salt. So this is what gives kefili its hard rind that it's well known for, and also the creamy paste in the middle of the cheese. So because the surface is so heavily salted, it forms a natural rind very quickly, usually within the first week, because the cheese only takes 3 weeks to mature. Okay, so pop that in the mold, fold the cheesecloth over the top again. Just make sure there's no wrinkles. And then we put the follower on top, press that down, and then press it again. So as I mentioned, this is the final pressing. So we're going to press at about 7.5 kilos or 15 pounds for 16 hours. So 16 hours later, and many cheeses, you can see that in the background there, but that's the story of another video. Anyway, we'll take this one out of the press. Okay, I'm going to air dry this now. So the curds are fully consolidated, made a nice smooth surface all the way around. Just got a maturing box there. I'm just going to air dry on the cheese mat with the lid off. I only put the lid on it to stop any flies getting into it, but you leave the lid off, and we're going to air dry that for a few days. So we're going to turn the cheese several times a day for even drying, and then once it's air dried, we're going to mature it at 13 degrees Celsius at 80 to 85% humidity for 3 weeks, turning it several times a week. Anyway, over to Gav.
So The process of kefili is really neither here nor there. It was to prove the fact that you can make cheese out of lactose-free milk, and that Zymal milk that I used and you saw in the video. It did work. As you can see though, it did crack, not crack, the curds kind of fractured a little bit after I cut them, but I persisted and we made a very nice little cheese out of it. Anyway, it just goes to show that all those who are lactose intolerant should not have any issues with this cheese, because it's got the enzyme lactase in it, which has broken up the lactase into its two component sugars, glucose and galactose. So it's readily easy to eat for people with a lactose intolerant condition. Now the proof in the pudding will be in the taste test. I will be inviting my daughter, who has issues with some dairy, and we're going to get her to eat it during the taste test. I don't know when I'll schedule that up, but we'll keep a piece. If not, I'll do a taste test myself. So that'll happen in about 3 weeks' time. Anyway, don't forget that you can make this cheese using our hard cheese kit. Just pop over to littlegreenworkshops.com.au and you can subscribe to the channel to get more cheesy videos like this one. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and we'll see you next time.
Well, g'day Curd Nerds. Today we're doing a cheese taste test, and this is the lactose-free kefili that we made not so long ago. I just happen to have my test subject here. This is my lovely daughter Amy.
Hi.
Hi, right. And Amy just happens to be lactose intolerant. So who better to test the cheese on than Amy, my lovely daughter. Alright, so let's crack into it. So this was ready on the 29th of November, the normal 3 weeks for kefili. And let's open up the vacuum packing and see what happens. Oh, that's interesting. There we go. Well, flies.
Wouldn't be Australia if there wasn't flies.
Smells cheesy. Right, we won't put that over there. Alright, so the paste looks about the same firmness as normal kefili. The only problem is, because I vacuum packed it, we didn't get a rind form on it like you would normally get with kefili. So the whole cheese is quite soft. And we'll just cut inside. There's no real defects, it's only squished down. A little bit of, looks like some bubbles or something on the other side, but I'll do a close up of that later. Certainly smells cheesy. Just cut into it here. It's actually got a little bit of eye development. I don't know where that's come from. Probably come from the lactose-free milk, but not sure. But the paste looks very much like kefili as well. So all good so far. Now, if it tastes terrible, we'll soon know. Alrighty. So grab a cracker, Amy. So shall I be, that's a rather large piece of cheese.
Yes.
Is that what you want? Is that alright?
Well, if it's bad, well, a little bit, right?
Oh, it's crumbly like kefili too. So good.
Do you know if that's like just as big, just bigger? Like, it's fine.
I don't know. Let's have a look. Will that do? I've touched it all over. Hang on. Let me just have a smell first. Oh, I've lost it. Now it's all over my shirt. Well, it smells cheesy. Oh, it's really salty. Like, oh, that is nice. Come on, you have a go now. Got a bit sharp in it. Quite salty.
Very creamy.
It is very creamy, which is good because it's supposed to be creamy. That's a good thing about it, yeah. It's got a little bit of a vinegary sort of nose, hasn't it?
Tastes very much like goat's cheese.
Yeah, yeah. And it does have that kind of goat's cheese tang too when you think about it. Which is, you don't normally get that with cow's milk. But maybe because the
lactose wasn't there to convert into lactic acid, well, hopefully the starter cultures acted on the glucose and the galactose that was left behind. Maybe that's why the strange taste, but certainly edible. Would you like some more?
Why not?
Why not, seeing that you can eat the whole thing?
Well, I'll let you know in half an hour, Dad, if it's actually like.
Alright, well, we can always come back on video in half an hour.
To see if I'm maximum pregnant bloated. It's been 30 minutes now, and I have officially survived.
Nice. We're using a rice cracker as well, because well, you're celiac as well. Can't help herself. Anyway, yeah, a little bit tart, but certainly has the kefili white paste in the middle, which is really good. Just think of cheese you can appreciate.
Do you know what it kind of tastes like? It tastes almost a little bit winey.
Yeah, it does a little bit, doesn't it? Yeah.
Like a Sauv Blanc.
Yeah, it does. It'd go well with a Sauv Blanc.
Do you have a Sauv Blanc?
No. No, unfortunately not. That would be good, wouldn't it? Wine, thyme and cheese.
Wine, thyme and cheese with Gavin Amy.
Yeah. That'd be so good. Anyway, so your thoughts on the cheese?
I really like it.
Don't forget to look at the camera.
Sorry.
Hello.
I really like it. Yeah, it's really creamy, very cheese-ish, but with this weird Sauv Blanc undertone. It would match Sauv Blanc perfectly, I think.
Yes, I think so too. It's very Moorish, isn't it?
Yeah.
And fairly salty. But you didn't see how I made it.
I don't know if I'd say it was super salty though.
No, but it's more salty than you would say a cheddar. So, because what you do when you press it, every time you take it out of the press, you put salt all over it, and then flip it over and then repress it, and you do that about 3 times. It has more salt than you would normally mill through. So, but normally, well, it was starting to grow mold and all sorts of funky stuff, so I put it into the vac packing. Normally you'd allow a natural rind, so you have a thick rind about 1/2 centimetre around it, but and that actually adds, you can see there's a little bit full, so I had about a week of the 3 weeks. That's why it's yellow around there. It's very hard to tell on camera. I'll get a close-up shot in a second anyway. So yeah, I reckon probably could have done with a little bit more salt. It's not as salty as normally I would have a kefili. Very creamy on the inside. If I had let the natural rind go, you would have got that nice paste as well. But certainly lovely, delicious little cheese. So just goes to show that even the home cheesemaker can make cheese with lactose-free milk. So give it a go. If you don't like kefili, choose your favourite go-to recipe and see what happens, see what sort of variations happen. Anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds. I appreciate you joining Amy and myself for this cheese taste test. And don't forget that you can buy the kits and supplies over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. Also, please give the video a thumbs up if you like it. Give it a thumbs down if you didn't, but thumbs up's good. And don't forget you can also subscribe to get cheesy content every couple of times a week. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time.
So g'day Curd Nerds. I love the interaction on this channel, and in the comments section I receive many questions each day. So this video is going to answer some of these questions that I've received in the last 4 months. Some are interesting and others are just downright funny. So in no specific order, here are the questions and answers to the best of my ability. So question 1 is from Finchit2012 on the triple pepper snack cheese. Gavin, what kind of yogurt did you use? I make my own Greek yogurt. Does the yogurt need to be thinner or well-drained yogurt to get the job done? Well, Fitchit, the triple pepper snack, I just used strained Greek yogurt. It was nice and simple. Didn't have too many problems at all. So you can be thick or runny, it doesn't matter. It's the lactic bacteria in the yogurt that you need to make the cheese stabilised. Question number 2 from many viewers on the channel.
Where are the angry Italians? So this stems back to the meme about the angry Italians swearing in my Parmesan video. The angry Italians, sometimes they pop up, but they are long gone. The video is over 6 years old, and the swearing and stuff from the angry Italians about the cheese is way, way back in the comments. In fact, these days YouTube now has a filter that there is no profanity in the comments section. Well, certainly on my channel anyway. So a lot of the angry Italian comments have been filtered out and are now lost to prosperity. However, that doesn't make the meme funny. I think it is anyway. So question 3, what is brine? Well, brine is essentially salty water. There are different saturations of brine via percentage. I choose to use an 18% saturation in my brines, and you can see the brine recipe on the channel. It's no secret, it's just water, salt, a little bit of calcium chloride solution, and a little bit of white vinegar. And that balances the pH and stops the cheese from going slimy in the brine. Question 4 from Queen of Roses 09. Do I still need calcium chloride and lipase if I use raw milk? My local farmer sells milk basically fresh from the cow. If you're using raw milk, you probably don't need calcium chloride or lipase because the milk hasn't been pasteurized. It's the pasteurization process that destroys some of the soluble calcium within the cheese. So it hasn't been destroyed, so you won't need to add any back in again. As for lipase, there should still be a little bit of lipase present. That also gets destroyed during pasteurization. So fill your boots. You don't need to use calcium chloride or lipase in your raw milk. In fact, when you use raw milk with my recipes, make sure you use about 25% less rennet and about 50% less starter culture. And make sure it is fresh. Don't use cow's milk any older than 3 days because it's already started to acidify because of the lactic bacteria present within the raw milk. Question 5 from Chris F84. Why can't Grana Padano be mentioned? Well, Chris, Grana Padano can't be mentioned in cheese making videos because they enforce their trademark heavily. And I found out the hard way because Big Cheese, or the Grana Padano Consortium, sent me a cease and desist letter way back when. Can't remember, about April 2020. Just happened to coincide with the pandemic. But their lawyer reached out and sent me a cease and desist, asked me to take down the Grana Padano video or remove all mentions of Grana Padano and all images from the video. So I took down the original video, which only had about 20,000 views on it, which was pretty high at the time. I took it down, and then 24 hours later, they sent the boss of the Grana Padano Consortium sent me an apology letter, and I read that out as well. And you can go and check them out. I'll put the links down in the description below. It was quite funny. Anyway, a little bit of YouTube drama, I suppose, doesn't hurt. So I remastered the Grana Padano video and called it the Cheese and Desist Cheese, to Italy with love. And I overdubbed any mention of Grana Padano with cheese and desist and took out their images. So everybody was happy. I re-uploaded the video and it went off like a frog in a sock and got lots more views than the original video actually did. And so many people didn't even know that the cheese Grana Padano existed. So effectively they got some free advertising from the channel. Anyway, that drama aside, let's get on to the next question. So question 6 from Javier Quito Deegan Dogma Films says, hello, which cheese-making book would you recommend? Congrats on your awesome videos. Thank you, Javier. I actually have got my own book, Keep Calm and Make Cheese. And I've actually got another book, which I don't have here at the moment, called Keep Calm and Make More Cheese. These are spiral bound. I sell them on our website at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. Nice plug there. But yeah, there's 27 recipes in this one, and there's 72 or 75 in the second book. And yeah, they're ideal because they are designed for beginners, and let me just find one here. Hopefully you can see it. They have the QR codes to the videos in the book, so you can scan them with your phone or your tablet and watch the videos as you make the cheese. There you go. They're the ones I'd recommend. My own books. Keep Calm and Make Cheese, and Keep Calm and Make More Cheese. So question 7 is from Boredom Incorporated. You won't believe it, but the meme's still going around. I need the truth. Did you make/post the meme anywhere at any point? The answer to that is no, I didn't make the meme. The meme was made by Joseph Corona, something like that. He was on Twitter and posted it on Twitter. I think he got about 1 million likes on that tweet. But he posted that about, I think it was in March 2020, just before the pandemic, as the pandemic started kicking off. And yeah, so he posted it on Twitter. I didn't even touch it. And then people pulled it off of Twitter, did a screenshot type thing, and basically posted it everywhere. So 9gag, iFunny, all those sort of meme sites that are still going around. So at no stage did I repost it myself. It just went off virally. I think that if a meme's going well, don't muck around with it, let it do its own thing. And I'm quite happy with that. So question 8 is from Patricia Mayhew, 6321 on cheddar. I think she's on the cheddar video. How did the early people make cheddar without any store-bought rennet or store-bought mesophilic culture? So the answer is the abomasum, which is also known as the maw or rennet bag, or reed tripe, is the fourth and final stomach compartment in ruminants. So cows, pigs, goats, that sort of thing, and sheep. It secretes rennet, which is used in cheese creation. Also, mesophilic starter cultures, or starter cultures in general, are present in raw milk, and they're from the environment around from where the milk was milked. The milk came from the cows or the sheep or whatever. So that's how that gets in the milk. So they didn't need anything secret, just a stomach. So the next question is from Victoria's Sadiqus, 7248 on the farmhouse cheddar video. And Victoria says, Gavin, what are the differences in farmhouse cheddar and just cheddar? Can you use black peppercorns, or do they have to be green or red ones? Well, Victoria, the difference, the farmhouse cheddar recipe that I have is what's known as a stirred curd cheddar. Nice and simple process. You don't need to cut the curds into slabs to do the cheddaring process. So nice and easy, and the texture and the flavour is very similar to using the cheddaring method. And the cheddaring method is just a way of getting additional moisture and whey out of the curds, and they just leave it for a couple of hours and keep it warm. Anyway, if you looked at the cheddar video, then you'll see the difference. Can you use black peppercorns? Of course you can. They are a little bit harder. I prefer, if I'm going to put pepper of any sort, as in from the pepper bush, then I prefer to use green peppercorns, which you can usually get in the supermarket in a can, and they are a lot softer and a little bit milder on the peppery flavour and doesn't overpower the cheese. So question 10 from Mary Ann Dahl, 9068 on Parmesan video. As I understand it, you use lipase because you do not use raw milk. So if I use raw milk, I do not have to use lipase, right? Question mark. Would love to try to make the Parmesan style cheese. Thank you for your videos. Like I mentioned before, you don't need to use the lipase. It's still present in the milk if you're using raw milk. So you will have to skim your milk because remember, Parmesan style is made with about 2% fat milk. Question 11 from Gomez Kin on the Red Leicester video. Hello Gavin, I just finished the first pressing and realised that I only have put in 1 tablespoon of salt. What should I do? Yes, so it needs about at least 2 tablespoons of salt, or about 2.5% salt per weight of the curds for that cheese. What you can do, and I have answered this previously anyway, is that you dry salt the cheese. So rub the salt. In fact, Red Lester, the video, you dry salt the cheese as well. So that should put a fair bit of salt back into the cheese. So you rub salt over the top of the cheese. So about half a tablespoon. Rub that in, let that turn into a kind of brine that kind of sits on the top. Flip it over, do the other side with another half a tablespoon, and that should absorb into the cheese. Make sure that this happens during, well, as soon as it comes out of the mould. When the cheese is still a little bit damp, it'll absorb the cheese a lot better. So question 12 is from Toss Hauer on the Persian feta video. Can you use straight olive oil? Do you need the sunflower oil for some reason? Yes, you do need the sunflower oil for some reason, because if you're storing your Persian feta in the kitchen fridge, then it will go solid if you just use olive oil. Olive oil solidifies at 4 degrees Celsius, which is the standard temperature for a refrigerator. And if you mix 50% olive oil and 50% sunflower oil, then you'll find that it doesn't go solid in the fridge. And you don't need to wait for it to come up to room temperature to unsolidify so you can fish out your bits of feta. So that's why I don't use straight olive oil. Learn from experience, actually. First time I made it, I just used olive oil, and it was a nice big chunk of gloop, basically. Question 13 from Fat Man Does It Himself on the Precision Cooker video. Goes on to say, love your videos. I'm always trying to talk like you when I'm making cheese, lol. I live near Boston. Where did you get that sink heater? Okay, I'll put a link in the description down below. It's an Amazon affiliate link. It's the Inkbird Precision Cooker. It has a number, but I can't remember it just yet. But I'll put the link down in the description down below. Question 14 from Foxtrot64 says, I have got a question. When you mean room temperature, do you expect when you say that? What do you expect when you say that? I expect the room temperature to be between 18 and 21 degrees Celsius, which is fairly standard. If it's a bit cooler, that's fine. The cheese will dry out. If it's a bit warmer, not so good. So it's probably best to air dry your cheese in the cheese fridge on a board and a mat, and that way it will, the whey will evaporate off the surface and make it go a little bit firmer before you either wax it or vacuum pack it. So between 18 degrees Celsius and 21 degrees Celsius, and I'll put that in Fahrenheit down here. Question 15 from Jody Saves on the Havarti video. It says, can you use sea salt instead of cheese salt? Yes, most sea salts are pure. The only reason I say cheese salt is non-iodized salt. So the salt can't have any iodine in it, because iodine kills bacteria. And we want to make sure that the bacteria in the cheese survives during maturation, or at least for a little while, to convert some of that lactose into lactic acid. We don't want to kill it off straight away using iodine in salt, which seems to be the norm in a lot of European countries. So cheese salt is basically non-iodized salt. So if you've got a good supply of sea salt that doesn't have any impurities in it and doesn't have an anti-caking agent or iodine, then perfectly good to use. A lot of people do use kosher salt, which doesn't have any additives in it either. Question 16 is from Colleen. It says, I have a lot of frozen whey from making yogurt. Can I use that to make ricotta? Well, the quick answer is no, you can't use acid whey for making ricotta. It is too acidic, and there are hardly any proteins left in it that will precipitate out into ricotta when you add some acid to it. So check out my 15 ways with whey video and you'll get some more information on the types of whey you can use for making ricotta. Well, Curd Nerds, that's it for today. Just be aware that I do try and answer most of the questions in the comments section. However, I do host a weekly live stream called Ask the Cheeseman at 8 AM on Sunday mornings, Australian Eastern Time. You can interact with me live and ask any questions about home cheese making in the chat. The Curd Nerd community is very active in the chat, so they also offer help with their experiences as well. Don't forget that I sell cheese making supplies, kits and equipment over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. We have fully stocked kits and ship them all over the world. Also, if you got some value from this little mini Q&A video, please give it a like. And if you haven't done so already and want to be notified when I release cheese making videos, and I've got quite a few on the go at the moment, then please subscribe to the channel. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Rightio, so that should have fixed any issues we have with voice syncing. Anyway, that is the end of the show, Curd Nerds. Thank you so much for watching today. I hope you learned a lot about cheese making with all those tips and tricks, including the rather long lactose-free cheese making session, but I think you probably would have learned a lot there. I do know lots of people who are lactose intolerant and say to me that they can't eat cheese, and I say rubbish. Of course you can. You just make it yourself out of lactose-free milk. Don't forget that there will be another live stream in 2 days' time, Sunday morning, 8 AM my time, just like you saw at the end of that video. I would love for you to join me there with all the other Curd Nerds. There's a little bit more of a lively crowd because it's a long time. I think we're up to episode 330 of that live stream. So that'll be great fun to see you there. Anyway, thanks for watching today, Curd Nerds, and I hope you had a great time, and I'll see you next time.